We need someone who's comfortable getting shot at.
Well, that's not me.
All right. Well, with that amazing quote, we are talking about Jurassic World Dominion. Yay!
Yeah, that wonderful,
If only we had a
perfectly made
only we had a
film.
Muppet who could flail. That would have been perfect opener for him.
Yes, noodle arms.
Yeah.
Anyone got noodle arms? No?
He's got a big head and little arms.
Yeah, we got Rexy for that. Yes, we're here for Jurassic World Dominion. We've been waiting years for this. Started filming in 2019, I think, and then the pandemic screwed it up. So, woo.
As it does for all the things that the pandemic touches.
Yeah, exciting stuff. Director Colin Trevorrow's back because he's been involved in all these world movies.
Explains a
and
lot.
And the Lego Jurassic World movie. Crazy.
Oh, that excellent piece.
Yeah. And, writer, you're going to like this? He also wrote the screenplay for Rise of Skywalker.
Yeah, I know. Just
Isn't that awesome?
Yeah, well, it explains a lot in terms of how I feel about this movie following Fallen Kingdom.
I will say he's had a terrible track record with all the big budget ones as far as my personal taste is concerned. But he did do one of my favorite little indie movies of this last decade. So,
what was that?
Safety Not Guaranteed.
There you go, audience. Watch that.
Aubrey Plaza.
It's 100% probably better than this.
It is. It's a good movie. I like it.
Yeah, I just write down any of the indie movies because I never heard of any. So,
you haven't heard of any of them, and they're all terrible. They're all terrible.
I know Jurassic World and Star Wars.
I know Jurassic World and Star Wars.
Yeah, this movie's been doing pretty poorly. Especially in the eyes of critics.
I wonder why.
If you go by Rotten Tomato, which I don't know why anyone would nowadays, the critics have given it 30% as of right now. The audience 77%, which I find that surprisingly high. But I guess it is a turn off your brain popcorn film.
Usually the audience score is higher.
They're usually the complete opposite of each other.
Yeah.
The critics love it, the audience doesn't, and vice versa.
Mm-hmm.
But, it's time for the cheap seat critics to put this movie really in its place.
Yeah. Did anyone bring any nails for the coffin? Because it's going to be thick.
I got a few nails that will probably be brought up.
Yeah.
All right. So I guess I'll start it off here, unless anyone's got anything else to bring up.
I have one thing.
Okay.
Rolling Stone magazine. I don't know if anybody who watches this has ever heard of those guys.
I think I've heard of Rolling Stone before.
Yeah. This was something before we watched this movie. It came up on and I was like, that's really funny. But also I don't know. Maybe you guys probably won't think it's very funny, but I thought it was very funny. They apologized to Fallen Kingdom, the previous Jurassic World movie, for calling it the worst one, and they said that Dominion was way worse, so they had to apologize.
I did hear about that.
Yeah, they had to apologize to Fallen Kingdom.
That's actually kind of funny.
Yeah.
And sad.
And it's funny in that it's very sad kind of way, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, apparently Colin, I guess.
Colin.
He said he had this planned out, the trilogy. So
bullshit, right?
Everything
that's a lie.
The way it was supposed to be.
That's a lie.
No.
That's what he said it.
You don't believe the director? He directed it.
And I don't believe.
Did he say that?
I don't believe a word.
Did he say that at the beginning of the first movie?
Well, he said it all the way back in 2009, and they were like, "What are you talking about? There's no Jurassic World yet." And he's like, "Just you wait. It's going to be a Jurassic."
What? I did not check. I just know that was a quote from an interview he took, but I don't know which movie.
Yeah, that could have been from the first movie.
So, someone can go look at that, I guess.
Rip him apart in the comments, everybody. Rip him apart. Just be like how wrong he is.
I think before we begin, we might want to do introductions.
Oh, that's right. Okay, I guess as host, I'm Crimson Maroon.
I'm a geeky writer.
I'm Sinister Boy.
And I'm Sprinks.
There we go. Introductions. Check box done.
That's so easy.
Any other
Is it,
check
Crimson?
boxes I forgot?
Do we want to give our history with the Jurassic series? Or
Sure. You know what? That's a good point. That's good. All right. Ryder, your
Crimson
experience with the Jurassic franchise.
All right. So I want to be honest. Growing up, I had Star Wars and Lord of the Rings. So what is dinosaurs compared to dragons and spaceships? I wasn't a big fan growing up. So, but I did. So when I grew up, I had only seen the first one, the second one, and I saw the World one when it came out. I had rewatched them all recently. I watched the other ones for the first time, Fallen Kingdom and Jurassic Park 3. I was pleasantly surprised about how much I enjoyed the first one. I've solidified now kind of my number on it. It's a 9 out of 10 on my objective score because it's a near perfect film. The script is extremely tight, makes a lot of sense. The character work is great. The plot makes sense. The world building is great. It peters off a bit after that one. Jurassic Park 2, Jurassic Park 3, and Jurassic World are all at 4 out of 10. And then Fallen Kingdom was an event that happened, and that one is a solid 1 out of 10. That was horrible. It was a franchise that just went downhill really fucking quickly, and it sucks because that first one was really fucking good, and I appreciate that movie a lot more now than I did when I was a kid. So that is the only benefit to rewatching the Jurassic World movies, is I went to go rewatch the old ones.
Right. I guess I'll go next. I grew up on Jurassic Park. I had all the toys. Huge dinosaur kid. Loved it. All I drew. I didn't really care for the second one too much as a kid. But as I grew up, I liked it a little bit more. Still, objectively, not a great film. But I still like the first three more than this World trilogy. I found the first World movie just plain cookie cutter, kind of like Force Awakens, where it's just so safe that it's not even worth watching to me.
It's retreading old ground. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's gonna be a lot of Star Wars comparisons today for me.
Yeah. Rehashing old franchises and just throwing them to the ground, kicking them. Fallen Kingdom, dirt. Don't need to say more than that. And then Dominion. We'll see my thoughts on it. Sinister, your history.
So I probably came to like the Jurassic Park series a lot later in life, mainly because I don't know, my parents really wouldn't let me watch like the first one because it was like scary, or it was like the scariest one, I guess, out of all of them in some way or whatever.
Yeah.
And so I didn't watch really any of them, or I'd probably seen bits and pieces here and there, but I never saw like a whole one until I was probably in my teens or something, and I watched it and I liked it, and then but I'd only seen the first and the third one. I'd never seen the second one, and then Crimson had a movie marathon where we watched all three of them, and I was like, yeah, I really didn't need to see the second one ever again. It's not the greatest, but it's like you kind of appreciate, I guess. I can appreciate it more now after the World ones. So yeah, and then we ended up, watching all the World ones as they came out, and the first one's okay. It's just kind of a Crimson probably already, I've already said it. This is basically a rehash of like the first movie, just modernized up a bit, and done a little bit half-assed, but yeah, Fallen Kingdom. Yeah, Fallen Kingdom. I like the premise of it. Does not deliver on it whatsoever, and it just kind of ends up doing nothing with it, I guess. And Dominion. I'll keep most of my thoughts to myself, but I will say this: after the first 15 minutes, I was asking how much longer was left.
Shit.
Yeah. So.
As the witness, I can confirm that.
Mhm.
Sprinks.
All right. Well, my Jurassic Park World movie viewing is a bit rocky and off because I believe when I was younger, my family owned Jurassic Park on VHS, but we owned Jurassic Park 3 on DVD. So I watched Jurassic Park 3 a lot. I think out of all of them, that's the one I've seen the most. And then it wasn't until a bit later that I got around to watching the first one, I think, on DVD, and it was very good. But definitely compared to 3, it shows its age a bit. And then I forget my first introduction to seeing Jurassic World. It was definitely in theaters. I believe my first instance was with family members, and I thought it was just another. It was fine, but it did like another Star Wars thing where it's like it's a new Death Star, a new planet, new park.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh no, something goes bad.
It retreads old ground thematically and fucks up the world building as it does. It's very similar.
Yeah, I just kept thinking, it's like, where's the characters from the other trilogy? And it's like they never get talked about, very briefly, and I'm like, man.
Until now.
Yeah, until now. And then Crimson had a marathon of the first 4 movies to go see Fallen Kingdom in theaters, and that was the first time I saw 2. And 2 was not good. I did not like 2. I might be a little biased because I don't like Vince Vaughn as an actor.
But he was actually like the best part of that movie. Though,
Absolutely not.
Yeah,
Absolutely
he was. Yeah.
He was a hero.
Honestly,
He freed the dinosaurs.
it's probably his best role because he's barely in it.
I just did not care for 2. Ian Malcolm was the only one like returning, I believe,
Yeah.
for that one,
and Hammond
yeah.
for the beginning.
Yeah, no. And then I saw Fallen Kingdom, and boy, classification of a movie is lucky for it to be called. And
Disaster.
Like I said, dirt.
Yeah,
That's all I-
yeah, and now we
Dirt
have
Mountain.
Dominion. So
That's where we'll leave that off.
Oh God.
And now we're gonna dive into the Bering Sea, which is where
Our
you see
daring
the
captain-
Mosasaurus eating freaking crabs on a crab catching boat, whatever.
or fish-
Deadliest
fish
Catch,
area,
baby.
fish- Like
Yeah.
they basically took a clip from Deadliest Catch and then just put it in this movie.
I took a clip from
Oh,
either
that's something
Deadliest
better.
Catch or like the opening of Men of Steel. That's pretty much where they took it
Yeah.
from.
Yeah, and well, it's a good intro to dinosaurs being out in the world because they released
Yeah, we
so
got-
many in the
Yeah, we got
previous movie.
promised. Yeah, we got promised this in the last one.
Yeah, they,
That's a little-
well, the last one's after credit scene was just pterodactyls in Paris, right?
Yeah.
And a raptor in Las Vegas or something, some desert area overlooking the city.
Fallen Kingdom had after credits.
Yeah.
Well, like yeah.
Someone didn't finish.
Yeah. Well, forgive me. 1, this isn't a Marvel movie, and 2, I could not be bothered to care.
Fair.
But, yeah, they're in the world. We get a
They're in the
news.
world.
We get a news segment
Oh.
recapping pretty much what happened and
Which has
setting
the
up.
worst appearance. This is like awful. It looks like a B, not even like a B movie, like a low budget, just awful.
Yeah.
Yeah, this
it-
is where the
Handheld
CG
blogging.
did not hold up.
Yeah.
was it supposed to be Vice, like a Vox or whatever? The
I-
reel. Because like
I think so.
Vox does better shit than this, and they do similar work. It's
I don't know. I was like, well, that's not a really good sign for the rest of this movie.
no, it was
looks
not.
like that.
Yeah, that looked hideous. They talked about that. It's been 4 years since the previous movie. That there's been 37 dinosaur-related deaths, which seemed low.
That's very fucking
Considering
low.
they're all over the world, and we've seen a lot of people die in this movie.
Yeah, already we have world building problems because I know humans. We would have not allowed this. We would have hunted them down because we're sentient hunters, and that's no.
Well, we do get a breeding farm, which is believable. I could see people capturing, breeding, and selling,
Yeah.
not just hunting.
Instead of rhino milk, it's triceratops milk.
Yeah, there you
So-
go. Ew.
Profitizing.
Gross.
Yeah. Anyone else remember any facts from the news? That's all I really wrote down.
I mean, yeah, that's all.
They hinted at that there were rumors of a clone girl. Which,
Yeah.
how the heck do they know that? Because it's literally just Owen, Claire, and the girl that know the girl exists at this point. Everyone else at that mansion died.
Biology girl would know, and I think tech guy would know from Fallen Kingdom as well. Those are the only other people that I think would know. And then
Did they know she was a clone?
I think so. Yes.
You saw it more recently than I have. I haven't seen it since Fallen Kingdom came out.
I think there's a reference in Dominion where they actually refer to Clone Girl. I know Tech Guy definitely refers to her when he joins the CIA in that scene. Like he knows that she's a clone.
So,
And because he's like, I warned you about
they
this.
Tipped off the news that there was a clone
Well, yeah,
girl.
because then it would, it would
No,
add pressure to
but
the people hiding them.
no, they would have kept that secret because they're supposed to be, I can't believe I'm going to say this about Fallen Kingdom. The movie tries to imply that they all bonded and we're all friends. So I don't think that they would do that.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
Um,
So that rumor for the new segment was just for catch up. There was no reason for it to be there.
I'll just put this in here in case you haven't seen Fallen Kingdom and you went and saw Dominion and you don't know who Clone Girl is. That's the character Maisie.
Yeah, Maisie.
sorry.
No, let's just call her Clone Girl.
I know.
That's all she is.
We can call her
in my
Clone Girl
notes-
from here on out.
In my notes, I just wrote clone. So
Yeah.
Yeah, my notes are sprinkled with either actor names or nicknames because I could not be bothered.
Her entire character is clone.
I think the only other thing that was important on the newsreel was biosyn genetics was mentioned because they were
Yeah.
trying to help with the dinosaurs. Like I think it's public that they have a sanctuary, right?
Yeah. Put that in quotation marks if you can. Like, trying.
Yeah. Okay. I'll add 50 sets of quotation marks.
yeah, they bring up bias. And after the new segment, we get the dino breeding farm with Claire, Franklin, and Zia. And yes, I had to look that up because who the heck knows their names? Did any of you know their names?
No, I know them.
I read
Biology girl and tech guy. That's all I know them as.
Headed Spider-Man 3, girl.
I just call her Bryce
Yeah, Bryce.
Yeah.
because
So
Bryce is a
the-
good director. That's all I know her from.
Director?
Yeah, I mean she's the only. Well, looking at Mandalorian season 2, she's the only director with any I'm sorry, Boba Fett. It's the Boba Fett show, not 2 season. You can see why I confuse those shows. She's a director for the Mando episode in the Boba Fett show, and it's actually one of the most well-directed episodes of Mando.
Yeah, she directed a couple of them.
Yeah.
He's related to
Ron Howard.
Ron Howard. Yeah.
I couldn't remember his first name. I just remember the last.
Yeah. Like I said, she's a great actress, good director. I have no idea what she's doing here.
Finishing up her contract.
Yeah.
Here, no, go check. Yeah. So, they go to the farm. They manage to rescue one Triceratops baby because they set off the alarms or whatever.
Worth it.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Absolutely
totally worth
worth
it. They leave the farm and they talk amongst each other whether or not they're actually making an impact, and pretty much split up and do their own thing.
Yeah, and that's like the second to last time you see any of those characters.
The only thing I have to say is the one thing that annoyed me in this scene, the chase sequence, the tire gets shot, and that van handles really fucking well after that tire's been shot out.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah, don't worry about it. It's okay.
We have dinosaurs running amok, attacking cars. Don't worry about it blowing out tires.
Human weapons doesn't matter.
Yeah.
They could just shoot a dinosaur in the head instead, but we can't do that in these movies.
Their skulls are too thick.
That's right. They're like video game bosses.
Yeah. Is
yeah,
this where? Sorry, is this where they also like when the scene is coming to an end? This is where they are talking about. Did they bring up Biosyn again? Like they need to break into a Biosyn facility or something?
No.
Was that it?
No, I don't think they bring up Bison for a bit.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think this group is aware of the Bison.
Then I have to ask. Then what is their excuse that they need someone who's comfortable with getting shot at? Because that's at the end of this scene. I don't understand. I don't remember the context for that anymore.
We need Owen.
Yeah, because they were getting out. Did they close the van doors before they left?
Yes.
And then they just burst open?
I don't think they did, actually. I think it shows that they don't close the door. Or I think the Triceratops rammed them to open the door. I'm not gonna. It was a bad scene.
Yeah, maybe picking that part apart is gonna do.
It was a bad van. That's
Plus side to
Funny.
Franklin, he doesn't scream like a girl in this.
And
he got better as an actor.
He's a man now.
Yeah, he's a man. He goes into the CIA, and we'll find out soon.
Yeah, he does talk about he's got a new job here. So like this is his last job because he wants to take a real job. So
yeah, he wants to make real impact. And then Zia, we don't see her again, do we?
No, we don't. She's
she's
we
gone.
see her. No, yeah, we don't even see like a picture of her.
yeah, well, don't worry. Her career as live action Cowboy Bebop will go great.
Yeah, I'm sure season 2 is going to be just as good.
She got Rose.
Right? Season 2.
Yeah, season 2 coming up. Don't worry, we're gonna review that one. Sure.
As Ryder said, we pretty much go to Owen because they brought it up. We need someone who can get shot at. So we go to the Sierra Nevada mountains. It's all snowy and beautiful and CG. And
CG.
Yeah.
We get Owen and a bunch of dino wranglers riding horses, chasing a bunch of Paracerophilus. Freaking I got this name. I practiced this name and I got it wrong. Parasaurolophus. There we go. Hunting a herd of those. And Owen manages to tie one down and hold it back, leaning on a tree trunk on the ground. He is strong. That's impossible.
Well, yeah, it's because he's
a freaking giant dinosaur and he's holding him down.
Yeah. Isn't he half celestial? Oh wait, wrong franchise.
Oh,
Yeah. Oh.
I'd believe it then. If he's got the power stone right now, holding it. But no, he's just a man.
For some reason, seeing just Chris Pratt on a horse again reminds me of him in Magnificent Seven, just showing off his skills of horse riding.
Yeah, that was a movie.
But I think the only thing I liked out of this was just to kind of show where Owen is and what he's doing.
Yeah, but I didn't. Why is he wrangling those dinosaurs?
For their protection. I don't know.
Actually, yeah, I'm trying to think. Did they ever talk about where they take those dinosaurs?
No,
I don't think so.
Honestly, I think it's just they're trying to keep it out of like their farm territory. That's the only reason I could think of. Like they're trying to preserve the, putting this in quotes, the natural wildlife. That's kind of what the interpretation I had with it because nothing was ever directly stated, so I just had to fucking fill in the gap, kind of, with what they showed.
Buckle up, audience. That's going to be a lot of.
There's going to be a lot of that.
Yeah, writing it for the writers. Yeah.
Yeah, because they don't really explain shit.
Yeah, that was like I just was like, oh, they're just trying to. Oh yeah, he's a cowboy, right? Yeah, he's a cowboy. So obviously they got to show him doing like cowboy stuff.
Yeah.
But yeah, I was like, they get one out of it's like 10 or something. They get like one of them, and then that's it, and then they leave.
Yeah, I don't know where the rest went. I don't know if the Wranglers got the rest, or they were just after this one. Nothing makes sense.
Well, that's a weird parallel then.
Maybe they're GPS tracking them or something.
Yeah,
Kind of like how we chip sharks in the ocean. So
Yeah, we chip
track
sharks,
them.
cows. Yeah, we chip all of the animals. So I mean, maybe they are doing that.
That's an interesting scene parallel connection then to see if Claire saving just one dinosaur, and then Owen capturing one dinosaur.
yeah, yeah. Yeah, it's true.
Do they
It's just
do they do
weird.
anything with it? Because
It's-
I'm
It's weird though because like I don't want to nitpick this early on, but
Oh,
it's
do something.
no, it's just weird that like it seems like it would be really easy to just go about getting rid of the dinosaur.
Oh yeah.
100%.
There's no
And
reason these should be all over the earth.
Yeah,
at all.
because I was like, the way they describe, that it seems like more harm than good occurs with even like in their own ecosystems. Like not even just like for like Joe Schmo and everything, but like themselves are not like good for themselves. You know what I mean? Like they can't really exist. So it's like this weird thing of like keeping them around in some capacity, like they're just like farm animals, seems like very weird and not necessary.
I don't think they're trying to turn them into farm animals. I genuinely think they're just trying to keep track of the herds. So I actually because that's a argument that could be believable, is they're actually capturing them to put chips in them so they can track them. Like that makes sense to me. So we can avoid them / then they can avoid us, that kind of way. But
I agree with that. Yeah, I agree with that part. But
That's just us writing for them.
yeah,
Yeah.
100% it's us writing for them. They don't get points for
I
that.
would, if that's true, I'm fine with it. But also, I don't really see people being okay with just like, oh, we just know where the dinosaurs are. We're not actually gonna do anything about them. We're just gonna, if they trample on your field or whatever, we'll just go over there and take care of them. It's like, well, why don't you do that like, before that happens instead of like, yeah.
There's only 3 ways this would go. We would kill them. We would make a sanctuary, or we'd make zoos, which kind of falls under the sanctuary category.
Yeah. The Mosasaurus would not be running
not
free.
Let them roam free.
Yeah, dangerous monsters like the Mosasaurus would not be running free. We would pull the Japanese
the
whaling
peaceful
fleet
ones.
We would pull the Japanese whaling fleet out of retirement to harpoon the shit out of it.
Bro.
But guys, that wasn't in the budget.
It wasn't in the budget. Yeah, the word budget gets thrown around.
and it also wasn't a part of the theme.
They were trying to show, listen, holding animals captive like this is bad. Don't you realize that?
There's dinosaurs all over the world. We can only show the perspective of America.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah, that's true. They don't show like how expecting like Japan or China.
And if all these dinosaurs can asexually reproduce, then all the forest would be in danger from all the herbivores eating it all, because there's a lot less vegetation than there was back
Oh,
when
don't worry.
were roaming.
This isn't the last time we're going to be talking about vegetation.
You only need one brachiosaurus in a tiny forest, and that forest is gone.
That rhymed a little bit. Did a little rhyme.
Yeah.
Almost.
Almost.
Brachiosaurus and forest.
It's almost there. Got a little derailed there. Capturing dinosaurs, yes. Then we go
Where
to
does
the
he go after?
lumber yard. Lumber yard with Maisie or Clone, whatever. And Apatosaurus shows up. Got that one. That was an easy one to say.
Looked pretty
And it was a good-looking scene. I don't know why they allowed it to enter the lumber yard. It's been 4 years, so people should know how to deal with these things. They obviously do with the flare.
Crimson.
The only
Crimson,
benefit
you
to
never
this,
get used to it. You never get used to it.
The only
Everyone knows to bonk a shark on the nose
Yeah.
if you get attacked.
The only benefit
Everyone
to
knows
this
things.
the only benefit to this scene I thought was they show Clone Girl talking to the construction worker, and I'm assuming she's the reason that they used the flare to guide them out. For me, that makes sense because she's being raised by Owen and Claire, because they're both, they deal a lot with dinosaurs, so she would know this. Um, so I do like this. There's a little bit of character here for Maisie. It's not much, but it's just a nice little glimmer.
I mean, yeah, it's good for that, but it feels kind of forced in where it works, but it's like without that the scene would be pointless. So it doesn't really feel like it does enough to sort of merit it, I guess.
Oh yeah, I agree. It doesn't justify it because they would know what to do. They're 4 years into this. They would have.
Yeah.
There would be regulations in place now to deal with this.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah. Also, lumberyard, they can just make walls. I don't know, something. I don't know. One flare is all it takes, so they definitely would have utilized that. And then we follow Clone Girl to the cabin where Claire and Owen have been hiding out with her for the past 4 years.
Yeah, they're all.
And
Owen
she's
finished his
not enjoying
cabin.
her time there. she wants to be in the real world because she's an angsty teenager.
Yeah, she's got freaking pictures of Nirvana on her wall and shit. She's,
Wants to go to all those crazy concerts. Meet all the boys.
She did have band posters on her wall, but I can't remember what they were. But I remember thinking they were funny.
Yeah, I didn't pay any attention to those. And I believe this is when Clone Girl and Maisie talk, right?
Clone Girl and Macy.
Nope,
I mean Claire.
Claire.
Yeah, there you go.
She talks to herself. Yes.
Yeah, she's like,
and Claire.
Yeah, and we get a kind of an insight on how their characters are, like where they're at. Clone Girl's got some identity problems, and that's fine. That's pretty typical for a teenager. So it's just
you guys aren't my real parents.
Yeah, it's just exaggerated.
You're not my mom. I'm my mom.
I am my own mom.
That is a layered joke now.
She should have said that.
And we have Blue watching them through the window, I believe.
Blue Hue.
Which, Ryder, correct me, did they just let Blue loose at the end of Fallen Kingdom?
They did. I had no idea. The only thing I could think of that how Blue ended up here is Blue just followed them home, which doesn't make any sense. But I have no idea how Blue is here because yes, they just let Blue go at the end of Fallen Kingdom.
We freaking flew here and Blue got a ticket. Fly with them.
Maybe raptors could run so fast they just speed run across water. I don't know, like spiders.
The fastest mammals alive. Except they're not mammals. They lay eggs. Whatever.
They lay eggs.
Yeah, raptors lay eggs. Woo, who would have known? Don't worry, that was established in earlier movies.
Well, I watched those then.
No. And we see Rain, the Rain Delacourt, the black market guy, watching over them and
spying on them.
Finds Blue and Clone Girl, and that's it. We leave them. Who knows what's going to happen? Yeah. They got found.
Yeah, he follows Owen from the dinosaur wrangling.
Yes. Hoping he'd lead him to Blue, I think.
Yeah.
And he stumbled upon Clone Girl.
The bonus.
I don't know how he would know about Clone Girl's appearance.
I mean,
they didn't show her in the news, did they? They just
no,
said there were rumors of a Clone Girl.
I guess the implication is Dr. Wu would know, therefore, spoilers, Dodson would know, and therefore they would have an approximation of who she's a clone of. So there is a through line here, but the problem is, like, there's no connecting tissue in that through line that could possibly exist.
There's also the aspect of how the heck he even found them in the first place.
Well,
Like, he followed them from the dinosaur wrangling, but how did he get that far?
I have
They've been in the woods.
I have absolutely no idea.
They got satellite footage, and we're like, all right, scan every inch. That we just have a room full of interns scanning through Google Earth.
I mean,
looking for an image.
Crimson.
I mean, Owen and Claire aren't really hiding from the world, right? Because Claire's running her dinosaur saving website thing, and then Owen's out in the public wrangling dinosaurs to do whatever he needs to do with that.
They're not really keeping the low profile they probably should be.
Yeah.
In their position.
Yeah.
Well,
so like
doesn't Owen explain to her that's why they're in the middle of nowhere, because they're trying to hide her?
Yeah, but like if you're
what Owen says to her is that you need to keep a low profile. That's not. I don't remember him saying it's because they're in the middle of nowhere. That I assume that they're in the middle of nowhere because that's where he built his cabin.
You're in the middle of nowhere to have a low profile.
Yeah.
Kind of connect there. But yeah, I don't know. Makes no sense how they were found. That's something they should have shown.
Yeah.
Like
I said, it's believable. It's believable they would be found just because they're not keeping a low profile, but they would be keeping a low profile, so it doesn't make much sense.
Also, don't. Actually, no, he stumbles upon a girl. Never mind.
Yeah.
That part doesn't matter. All right. Then we go to West Texas.
Where
we see a couple children getting attacked by giant locusts. Glad we went to a dinosaur movie to see giant bugs be the focus, as we later find out.
That was a scary scene, though.
Those kids acted their hearts out.
Oh yeah,
the little boy tried. That's all I can say.
They bucketed one of them. That was for sure.
It was a bit intense.
Yeah. Scariest part of this movie.
It was a tad bit intense there.
It was.
Were the kids going to get eaten by bugs? I don't know. Why would the bugs care? I don't know. Yeah. They had that whole field to eat.
Yeah.
Listen, I think there's not high enough stakes in movies anymore. Kids have to die. Okay, that's all I'm gonna say.
Used to be rare. Now they just throw them around. So serious they are.
Yeah, they just
throw them around. Yeah, we kill kids. We're edgy.
They're doing like we throw the kid up in the air. They just do that, but there's a low ceiling and it's just right through the.
This is also where we get introduced to Ellie, I believe. Yes.
Yeah.
Ellie pulls up with her friend that doesn't really have any screen time. I don't even know if they have a name.
Yeah.
Lady 2.
Lady 2 talks about the fields getting eaten by the locusts, and that bison is the only seeds not getting eaten.
What?
And at this point, you'd ask yourself, why hasn't the government noticed this? Since this has been a big problem lately, and this is not an isolated incident. Well, we don't know how long the locusts have been out. I would assume it's fairly recent, but this isn't the only place they've been at. So there would be some government body presence, I would imagine, some organization keeping an eye.
But then you remember that Monsanto Corporation exists, and then you're like, oh, I get it now.
And Ellie's...
Thank you for the silence there.
Yes,
you're welcome.
1 second. Ellie's big brain idea is, you know what? I know someone who can solve this problem. Alan Grant. Because we need him in this movie.
And she said it just like that. I know somebody who can solve the situation. Alan Grant.
Cue music.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much.
And she looks right at the camera when she says it, too.
Well, she takes off her glasses just like she did in the first movie.
Yeah.
Did you feel the nostalgia when that happened?
And she was wearing a red shirt. Oh my god.
Yeah. I genuinely the excuse to go get Alan is just terrible. I don't understand why she went to go get him.
Because he's credible.
Because she's recently single.
That's also true.
The explanation was that he was credible and that they would believe him. Why wouldn't they believe her? I don't know.
I mean, the
Does she
only
just-
Why,
Remember
why
her?
is she even called? Because she's a paleobotanist.
Why is she even in this movie?
She's called for no reason. She studies prehistoric plants.
Was she called or was she
Now
just in
she's
the neighborhood?
chasing down plant-eating locusts. I don't know why she's even. Anyone got any answers to that? Why is she here?
I don't know. Did she get
Other
another
than
degree?
Find a way
They
to
wanted
introduce
the
her in
old
the movie.
Yeah.
I think it was because they were realizing like the locusts were, like ancient whatever.
Yeah.
And so she would be familiar enough with their eating habits or whatever to be called in to like, okay, how bad is this going to get versus, or, like if it's at this level, what do we need to do kind of
Well,
thing.
That's why she went to Grant, because he would know what the locusts are. But
Well,
it
yeah.
doesn't explain why she was called.
The only reason I can think of why she was
That's
called
not her specialty.
because
That's
her specialty
Alan.
is the plants, right? So
paleobotanist.
so
Prehistoric plants.
prehistoric plants. So maybe she's trying to find a connection between the crops that they're eating and the plants that they used to consume back in the day in ancient times. That's pretty much the only thread of reasoning I can think of why she would be here to do her job, is that because of their dinosaur connection that the locusts have, and they might be eating wheat that's more prehistoric in the sense of like their genetic material.
It also raises the question why she doesn't just go to the government, because we've been established in the third film that she's got contacts.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, she's in the whole Navy.
So she
Well,
definitely
that was
knows someone
her-
high enough to probably do something about this.
Well, Crimson, her husband was around then. He had a lot of.
That's true. She's single now.
Yeah. She does
what's
the classic Padme. I'm a senator. I'm single now.
I'm here to set up a relationship. So yeah, I guess. Anyone else got anything about the locusts eating crops before we get to the actual Alan part? No. All right.
No.
We
yeah.
go to
No.
Alan.
we already covered the biosyn part. So yeah.
She goes to Alan so he can look the locust and be like, "Yep, that's a big locust."
And he's on a dig.
Yeah, he's on a dig. He's still a paleontologist, even though there are dinosaurs roaming the earth. He just wants to live in the old ways, which I can appreciate.
Yeah.
Which I can
It fits his character.
Yeah.
One of the only things I think they got right with Alan. But we'll get to those later.
We'll get
down
to
the line.
those later.
Yeah, Alan's still single. He's dedicated to his work. Ellie is now single, so we know how it's going to go.
Yeah, the tensions flare up. Yeah.
Yeah, crazy. Did they talk about anything else before they're like, Alan's like, yeah, I'm good to go?
They're like, "Do you want a
Pretty much
quickie?"
just relationship stuff.
Or yeah.
Well, I think Dr. Setter brings up that she was invited to go to Biosyn because she has an invitation,
That's right.
and he
She
doesn't
has a
agree.
contact.
And he doesn't agree to go until she specifies that Ian Malcolm invited the both of them.
his long lost friend Ian Malcolm.
Yeah.
I do have to admit,
Like
I
20
do,
years ago.
Of course
I-
he'd invite you to come.
yeah, I do have to admit, I love the kind of smirk he gives her. I did appreciate that when Ian Malcolm is mentioned.
Yeah. He's like, "You know why he invited you, don't you?"
Yeah, she gives him the book. Ian Malcolm.
Yeah, Malcolm.
Ian Malcolm.
Everybody's
He was semi-annoying to my character in the first movie.
yeah.
Yeah.
He was a cock blocker.
Yeah, and then Ellie like bats her eyes and like, "Are you coming with me?" He's like, "Sure, Ellie, I'll go with you." Recently single daddy.
Sure, Ellie. I will go with you. Jenny.
I don't think it's that bad, but
No, it wasn't, but he's love struck and he's like, "I will do anything with you."
yeah, I'll admit this worked for me in a very subjective sense because I did like their chemistry in the first movie a lot. So there was some pulling at the heartstrings for me subjectively here, even though it's like very forced. But I do appreciate this on a very surface level.
Oh yeah, I mean, we joked about the music cue, but there actually was one when he popped up on screen, so that they were throwing everything they could to get the
Yeah.
nostalgia points.
Oh yeah, and
There's
there's a good
fireworks going.
solid shot of Memberberry. I also forgot to mention that when we see the Universal logo, the song wasn't there. I'm used to the Jurassic song playing in there. A Jurassic
That's
song
true.
playing there. It was quiet. I was thrown off. I'm like, what?
I didn't think of that thing. Yeah,
They
fail for them.
no.
That's going to knock a whole point down on my rating.
Can it really go any lower, Crimson?
No. I guess one more thing. They bring up they have to go to the Pennsylvania Sanctuary.
Yes.
They need to head. And then that's pretty much the end of that scene. And we go back to the cabin where Clone Girl is eating a sandwich outside. She's
Ghost. Yeah.
Beta, right?
Offering, yes. Yeah,
Beta energy.
Blue's Kid is Beta.
Blue's Kid Beta.
And
Clone
she
Girl's like,
offers
you
it.
look like Blue.
You look like me. Gonna be a lot of these.
Nice parallel.
Yeah.
You look like Blue. So now the audience knows, oh, that's Blue's baby.
And then she offers
Exciting
it a
stuff.
piece of toast.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. And then
Blue shows
Rain.
up.
Oh yeah, Blue shows up. Blue and Beta run back into the forest. Rain captures them in the forest, and Clone Girl and Owen have a little argument about her leaving because she took her bike to leave across the bridge, and that is where she gets captured. Who would have guessed? The bridge Owen said not to cross. She got captured. And he saw them capture her, which is how he knows where to go next. So he recognized them, I guess, right?
He goes to
CIA?
yeah.
He had his little binoculars out. He used from like rear window, and he was just peeping on people.
Peeping.
He was a little known fact about Owen in these movies. He's actually a peeping Tom.
Did we skip over their nighttime scene? Because they
Yeah.
have a nice campfire scene that I actually really liked for character wise for them.
No, I guess I did.
Yeah, where Owen and Bryce start making out, and then she's like,
Oh yeah.
"Oh, that's gross." And she leaves.
I need a new blanket or something.
Oh, okay, that was something. Yeah, she's like burning blankets that day or whatever, and you assume because they were like, "How are things with you and Owen?" And then she was like, "It's complicated." And then she's like burning blankets, and you're like assuming, "Oh, they're not together anymore," and she still has a thing. And then he shows up there, so like, why was she just burning blankets?
Yeah.
I have no idea why she's burning blankets.
It seems like counterintuitive. Like you're getting warmer by burning blankets.
I thought it was a cover-up of her burning the clothes she had while saving dinosaurs from the breedery.
Yeah. That is something.
That's more believable. Yeah.
I'd have to see it again, but
Because I thought
You know,
it started
that
with
would
her
be good
burning
if that was true.
black beanie, but that could
You
be
know, though, they juxtaposed it like that so that you would assume that things aren't going
Oh, yeah, that
well
was
with them.
intentional.
Yeah.
You wouldn't question it.
And I was so annoyed for like 5 seconds until they're lovey-dovey. I'm like, okay, all right, that's because I'm like,
They have a great on again, off again relationship.
if they
Great.
if they did it again, I would have been pissed off. The fact that they committed it was better. Could
Well, yeah, you wanted to talk about the campfire bit, Ryder? Want to talk about that?
I don't really
Which
have I
was-
don't really have many notes for it purely because I actually thought it was a nice scene. They were trying to be good parents to Maisie, and she's kind of showing that teenage angst where they're not her real parents, but they still care about her, and they're still not sure how they're not used to raising a kid. They're not used to her still. Like they're There's that awkward tension, and they're just trying to. They're both trying, like both sides here are trying to do the right thing for one another. And I actually do like that.
Mm.
It's like I said, it's a very small thing, but I do like the. And then we can hear the raptors in the woods around them as well. So I know we can hear Blue in the woods, or we can hear their like clicking roar.
Yeah, I think more movies need campfire scenes, and that's what I'm getting the gist of here.
Well, yeah, everything at this cabin is probably the best part of this movie for me.
Well, one of the. I think,
Well, as in like an entire section. There were like
Yeah.
shots I liked and snippets, but this has an entire segment.
an entire
It's probably the
dynamic,
best.
perhaps.
Yeah, I actually I'm with Crimson. A lot of the stuff here at the cabin is I actually really like, because outside of the Blue stuff, but I do like everything that happens here at the cabin, just because, like I said, it does a good job of actually making these characters feel like characters, like people, and the world movies have really struggled to do that a lot of the time. So it was a nice
Oh,
change
yeah.
of pace, I think.
Well, because I mean, to be honest, like most of these are supposed to be like carbon copies of like Grant
Generic
and Ian and
people.
Ellie. Yeah, so it's kind of hard to make a new character out of something that's supposed to be like so reminiscent of a previously made character.
Yeah.
I don't really compare Owen to Alan or anything.
No, I'm just saying that they were supposed to be like archetypes of that. So you have like the gruff, dinosaur guy, the kind of caring, dinosaur lady, and then I don't know. There's only 3. There's 2. I guess Bryce is supposed to be like a mixture of Ian and Ellie put together, sort of.
And then,
I'm not saying they're exactly
Girl
like that.
is the blood-sucking lawyer.
Blood sucking. He was my favorite character.
Short-lived.
Short-lived.
Literally.
Any other thoughts, Spranks? Fairly quiet.
No, not really for me.
No.
I mean, I agree with Ryder. I'm glad they stuck with it, and not back and forth again. But yeah, it was okay.
Okay.
It was short.
It was short. It was serviceable. Like, it wasn't great. But it still felt like they needed to do this, because especially if they're reintroducing the older characters, they needed to distinguish these ones more so that they feel more distinctive from their original cast. So this scene does help with that a little bit.
I think the key word that all of the scenes should have followed, though, is short.
Yeah, short-lived. All right, and that's all I got for that campfire scene.
Well, we're done with the cabin then.
We won't be long. Don't worry. Yeah.
To the CIA. Why are we at the CIA? Because tech nerd guy is at Franklin is at the CIA now. Because that's the evolution of his character, is CIA agent.
Yeah,
That's where he was always going to go.
yeah.
This is also
relatively
short.
Yeah, I have no idea how he got through the farm, but
No idea. Makes no sense. He's just there as a connection. When it's just the writers needed something, they had a spare character. It doesn't make sense,
MacGuffin.
but they put it there.
yeah.
And this was it. He doesn't appear again.
Yeah.
But
Yep.
they do reference a bunch of other people that were in the last movies that you don't actually see or meet in this one at all.
Well, he wasn't even just at the CIA. He was also helping. He already had prior knowledge of the guy who kidnapped.
Yeah. We've been working on this guy
Beta
for a couple of
and
months.
The clone. So, double wow factor there.
We've
So,
actually got a sting going on in Morocco if you want to join in on that, even though you're civilians.
Yeah. Franklin's been setting up a sting operation with Barry, who's part of the French intelligence.
Yeah.
You guys remember Barry?
Yeah, he was Owen's partner.
Yeah.
Owen's best friend from World, who was
Yeah.
very relevant.
Yeah, the only reason I remember him, and I told Crimson this, the only reason I remember him is because he's the only one that thought, militarizing dinosaurs was a terrible idea. So that's the only reason I remember him.
Right, he was.
Yes, it's like such an easy argument to make. That's the only reason why I remember Barry, and I thought he died, but then
I did as well. Yeah.
I didn't even acknowledge his existence until he popped up on screen. I'm like, oh, that's Barry.
yeah.
That's Barry.
Didn't
Yeah,
even know his name.
Yeah, I didn't know his name either. But I having rewatched World, I actually did find him again at the end. I don't know how he survived, but he did survive because he is there at the end with he and Owen have like a handshake at the end of that movie.
Oh, like the classic like Predator where they arm wrestle when they handshake, like they sweat in each other's mouths.
Yeah. Not that gay, but yes.
Took it too far. Okay.
So yeah, that's pretty much all that was established in the CIA scene.
We did skip over. Blue and Owen have an understanding.
Yeah, they do.
Oh yeah, I didn't write that down.
I promise you,
it
I'll
was
get
just
you
so
your kid
stupid.
back. Yeah.
I was too baffled to write it down.
Yeah.
Owen makes a promise to a raptor, and the raptor understood what he was talking about.
Don't they all?
And
well,
Ryder, you and I talked briefly about this. What are your thoughts on the scene?
Okay. There is a level of like empathy that I can expect from pets. Like, if you raise a dog, there's going to be a level of empathy here. This is a raptor. But Owen did raise this raptor, and with what they established in Fallen Kingdom with him, like with Blue being capable of understanding empathy to a degree that not necessarily like a dog, but I don't think Blue would understand English, is where this part breaks down. I think Blue would understand that Owen didn't take her kid, but there is a level where this goes too far. So I think it works at the most surface level, but the problem is they needed to lay the groundwork a little better.
What I'm stuck on is the English thing.
Yeah.
Blue shouldn't understand what he said. If Owen did like a different hand motion of like waving Blue off or something, I'm like, okay, he trained Blue to leave. But it's always the stick the hand out thing.
Yeah, I agree.
Which is like stay.
Yeah, there should have been like I said, I would have preferred more hand motions as he's like trying to communicate something to Blue. Like, maybe he lets Blue sniff him to look for her kid, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
Because the English Blue would not understand that Owen promised to save her kid. I don't buy that at all. So this soon.
It's the thing with like any sort of like where there's like an animal in any kind of form of media, they turn them into like dogs or something. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like they just sort of overly humanize them in some way and make them less interesting.
Yeah,
process.
The only reason that I give this caveats is because Owen did raise them from birth, pretty much, so he can imprint them early. So like there is a level of this I can believe, but I do not believe the English part.
See, that extent goes to me believing that Blue won't eat him.
Yeah,
that's the extent of his raising it. Yeah. Dumb.
Yeah, and to be fair, that's not necessarily the fault of Dominion. That's the fault of World and Fallen Kingdom being shit.
Whoa. No. This guy took part in all three. He planned all three. He made this. He could have made this better.
It's true.
When you're building on a terrible foundation, you got nothing to work with.
What's the foundation of the scene that could have changed?
Like I said,
saying, Blue, I'll get your kid.
No. Okay. So like that's Okay, so what I'm talking about is more build up to the idea that there is a more dog human relationship between these two, which would need to have been laid down in world, the first one, before Fallen Kingdom. So like when Fallen Kingdom, we get the video of him raising them, but that needs to move to world so that we can see a progression of their relationship, because there is no point where the English would work, but if there was enough foundation laid between them, still there would be enough here to where Blue would understand that he didn't take the kid, but he's going to help. The problem is that foundation isn't here, really.
Just don't know what they would show in the foundation that would change how this would turn out.
Well, all you would need to do is show
There'd have
more.
to be a command of some sort.
Yeah, you
They
would
have respect for each other. That's
yes,
not a
they
problem.
would have to show commands pretty much. They show they show only an instance of that in Jurassic World, but they don't continue with that. So they need to show they need to show different levels of, like, the stop, sit, roll over kind of shit we do with the dog, to a more detailed degree of what you could do with the raptor. That kind of foundation would help this scene a lot. But that foundation doesn't exist, so we have only that Blue understands English, which sucks.
Yeah.
Well, I think we've dissected this scene as much as we can. Let's move on
Yeah.
to the Polomite Mountains in Italy.
Biosyn.
We're back with Alan and Ellie.
The two together again.
Yes, the two together again at the Dino Sanctuary, where we see the baby Triceratops that Claire saved.
Yeah, there is
they called in the breeding farm situation to get actual help.
I actually do like this bit of continuity a little bit. Like, it showed that there was progression in the world. It's very small, but I still appreciate it.
Yeah, I agree. I think by them calling it in, they did make a change instead of just saving one Triceratops.
Yeah.
So yeah, we see that actually had later repercussions.
It's nice cause and effect.
Yeah, and we get introduced to Ramsey, pretty much the tour guide of the sanctuary. I don't know what's his official job there. I don't know. It's like second in command, but I don't know.
Yeah, just like second in command, I guess. Yeah.
And on the helicopter ride to the actual facility, because I guess this is on the outskirts of the sanctuary.
Yeah.
We find out that they captured the original T-Rex from the first movie, and it took them 3 years to capture it. Why? I don't know. How is it difficult? I don't know. This kind of goes to the Owen wrangling. Why don't they just use tranq darts or something?
I have no
like these
idea.
are easy things. They tackled this in the second movie, where it took 2-3 tranq darts to put down the T-Rex to capture it.
I have, yeah, and I've seen a mount, I'm sure, but
yeah. So I don't know why it took 3 years. It's just a little nitpick on that one. We also find out that all the dinosaurs in the sanctuary have neural chips that shock them when they, I guess, misbehave or go outside the bounds. And we also find out something else. Sprinks, you want to say what this thing was? Starts with an A.
Yeah, this is the talk of the. Well, Grant's confused how these open skies and the animals can't the dinosaurs can't just escape, and Ramsey goes, well, don't worry about that. We got the aerial defense system.
Gotta love my ADS.
The ADS.
ADS. That's the takeaway of this film. It carries so much weight.
so much.
And it's because of the chips they have implanted in them to stop them from an elevation.
That's
There's no,
one.
like,
That's how I
laser-
read it.
Yeah.
I don't think there's guns shooting them out of the sky. Probably
So whatever. Yeah.
like
whatever.
a dog collar getting shocked if it Leaves the
So
perimeter.
whatever the parameter walls are, the height of those is probably max height of the ADS. Otherwise, the dinosaurs could just go over the wall.
I mean, so my what I understand the ADS system to actually function as would be the fucking dome system that the Israeli military has, which is they pretty much use the dome to intercept incoming missiles or take out. It basically establishes a no-fly zone, which already I don't, unless they're like using mass trank darts pretty much, I don't see how this system will function because it makes no sense.
Yeah, I mean a dome would work, but it's never shown like the the laser grid of the dome or the sizing of where it is it takes place. I think the only thing that's ever stated is elevation height. So it might just be a set number.
The thing is, they don't explain what the ADS is.
They
No,
don't.
it's never
No.
shown. It's
We're
never
assuming
shown.
it's chips.
Yeah, it's never
Writers
shown at
thinking
all a
it could be
dinosaur.
some sort of firing system of tranks or
I thought
Well,
it was like something that was like
it has to
gas.
it has to be a mass firing system because I don't. There's nothing else that would functionally work, and that's in the like as I said.
Well, is the defense system for keeping things in or things out? Is the question.
Both.
Because when
I would imagine
something
both.
enters, it got turned off. So I don't think
It-
it's to keep things out. I think it's to keep things in.
I assumed it was both just because of what happens later. And so, sorry for the confusion, Springs. When I say when I use the dome reference, I didn't mean an actual dome. They refer to their ADS as dome, and it intercepts. They don't. There's not a physical dome. They just intercept missiles and
Gotcha.
establish no-fly zone.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah. Sorry. That's just what they call it.
No, that's fine. It's just it's never shown
Yeah.
any dinosaur trying to break that barrier or go past it, and the consequences of doing so.
Yeah.
They just said they'd get shocked.
Yeah.
And that wasn't
Which
with
makes
the
me think
ADS.
that
That
the-
was just with
Yeah.
neural chips. They
Yeah.
didn't have something connecting one. So that's my guess, is they just get shocked if they try to exit the perimeter.
Yeah.
We didn't see any type of shooting
Mm-mm.
for air defenses, so I don't.
Yeah, nothing
think that's
really.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah, like so that's just what I understand ADS systems to be when anyone refers to ADS. It's your air defense system. So typically it's a projectile.
Typically and functionally and accurately.
Yeah, so I don't know what this ADS system is comprised of. Cuz all we have to work with and how the ADS function is that when it's turned off, a dinosaur attacks a plane. It's pretty much
I think it's defense against their own craft, right? It defends them from getting attacked within certain
For shipments or
altitude.
visitors.
Altitude.
Mhm.
So, yeah, I don't know. That's the best I got for that. After that, they land at the sanctuary, and we meet Dodgson. We mentioned already.
Dotson? It's Dotson,
Played
everyone.
by someone else.
Played by somebody else.
So he's kind of a legacy character, but just by name.
And
Who would have thought he'd be relevant? I guess the book
He's-
readers, because he's actually a big thing in the second book, but he has not had much of a presence in the movies.
I'm trying to figure out what his overall attitude was in that. I wouldn't necessarily say he was rushed, but he wasn't necessarily warm and welcoming. It was awkward.
Yeah, I thought it was intentionally awkward. Like, cause I assume mostly our perspective in this scene is from Alan because Alan's the fish out of water. Cause Cedric feels more comfortable with all this, while Alan's filled as like a fish out of water in this scene. So, with how awkward Alan felt, I think we were supposed to feel that. I wasn't sure
Yeah.
how to feel about him until the end of the scene, pretty much.
I will say, having met a couple like tech venture capitalist types, they are all that awkward to be just in general. I mean,
I don't even have to be a tech capitalist to be that awkward.
yeah, there you go. You should just do that thing, Crimson.
Yeah. Yeah. I just get the feeling. Well, that's when I saw him. He's like, "Welcome to the place," and I got other things to do. That's pretty much it.
And they took a picture with him, and that was
Then he goes,
Yeah. It's really
and then he
weird,
leaves, and he goes, "Ramsey will take care of you."
yeah.
Enjoy the tour.
Do you have
blah,
my
blah, blah.
granola bar?
Yeah, he was. Yeah, like I didn't get the sense that he was the bad guy in this scene. I just thought he was just a guy greeting like guests, and that was it.
It was very. Thinking about it now, it's almost Batman v Superman, Lex Luthor.
No,
Yeah.
I'm not. No, I'm not going to agree to that. Lex Luthor in Batman vs Superman is more Joker than he is this.
Okay.
I'm talking about the introducing of
yeah, I
Clark
didn't
Kent
mean as
and
a
Bruce
whole.
Wayne.
I just
Oh.
meant that, yeah, just that welcoming thing, just that like awkwardness. It's not welcoming, but it's not rushed. It's just like fast talking nervousness.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I didn't mean connecting both characters overall.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, my bad. that is a misread on me.
Yeah, so Ramsey proceeds to take them to Ian Malcolm.
The Ian Malcolm.
The Ian Malcolm.
Dr.
Which-
Ian Malcolm.
Yes, Dr. Ian Malcolm. Do we want to talk about why Malcolm's even here, or save that for later?
He's here teaching people about stuff, about his book.
Chaos theory. Yeah.
Yeah. I actually like the scene because it's a reasonable. For me, this was reasonable enough for him to be here. That he's giving lectures because he's a doctor and he would be doing this, especially with his whole chaos theory being proven more and more correct as the series has gone on. But yeah,
He was in
you know what? I'm not saving it for later.
I was just
why-
gonna ask, the court scene with Ian Malcolm, was that in Jurassic World or Fallen Kingdom?
Fallen Kingdom.
It was in Fallen Kingdom. Okay.
Yeah, it's 2 minutes of screen time.
Yeah.
Which was in every trailer.
Which
yeah,
was,
they-
because they were trying marketing,
Yeah.
man.
Selling the face, yeah.
And every single ad was like, and we got Dr. Ian Malcolm back. So,
He's at the very end of the
Yeah.
movie.
Yeah. He was there for one scene at the beginning and then one scene at the end. I'm like, wow, I'm glad I didn't watch this movie for him.
Wow, that was great. That really fueled all my nostalgia.
All right, you were gonna jump on
Yes.
this,
Yeah, he's
Crimson.
gonna let you have it. Yeah.
So why would Dodson bring a guy who is actively against the concept of this place as a whole? Because Malcolm's definitely vocal about him disagreeing with this stuff.
Yes, because he is here giving the lecture in genetic powers. So this gives me a more university feel than it did like a tech company. I'm still okay with it because of that, and I'll explain why. It's just because we at universities typically invite people who disagree. They hire them in order to kind of incorporate their intellectual prowess into their workers, because they want to instill their workers to know like what the opposition would be like, and two, he's not wrong. Like, he's lecturing on the lecture that we catch him on is literally about the power of genetics in the world, which is true. So I think as long as he's lecturing what's factual, I don't think he would have a big issue with that, because he's not really talking about, at least in his lectures, why he doesn't like this place. It's more of the power of genetics. Which is why
he's been open during like Fallen Kingdom that he was just open against the concept of the dinosaurs being around and all that stuff. Doesn't necessarily be shown during his speech, but him as a person outside of the sanctuary, they would definitely know his stance on these things.
But they're what the sanctuary is doing is they're essentially trapping the dinosaurs to live isolated away from people. Technically, what they should be using Isla Sorna for, but world forgot about Isla Sorna until it was relevant.
Yeah. Okay. What about his security clearance?
I'm gonna have to give that one to Ramsey. I think that's the only reason that he has it.
Well, then why wouldn't Ramsey just give it to them?
Because we need a reveal later. I honestly don't know why Ramsey. I honestly don't know why Ramsey didn't give it to them.
Well, and
Unless Ramsey,
Malcolm gave him all the information.
Yeah, unless Ramsey's like being monitored because he's the second in command, I don't see a reason why he couldn't have given them the security clearance.
Malcolm talks about all the secret underground stuff, the labs, like it was like firsthand. It didn't sound like he was told it by Ramsey.
No, I mean Ramsey is the reason he was shown around the rest because Ramsey told him. Like Ramsey explains that he is the one that told me and Malcolm everything. So I'm assuming Ramsey also showed Ian Malcolm everything.
That doesn't make sense. So
The classic
sense. Why would you put a motivational speaker in your secret laboratories?
He's not in the secret laboratories though. He's giving a lecture.
He has access to them.
He has access to them. So okay, so this is okay. I'm not sure what you're going after me for here. I'm confused now. So I think the lectures are distinguishable from him being shown the labs in secret. Ramsey wouldn't do both in broad daylight.
Sorry, just saying security sucks or something?
No, well, it does suck, but that's their fault. So him giving lectures is not the same thing as.
I'm not worried about the lectures right now. I'm talking about how he knows the stuff.
Right now.
Okay.
You're saying that Ramsey showed him the labs.
Okay, no, okay. So I'm confused. All right, so what I was confused on is I thought you were arguing against why he is here to begin with. He's here to give lectures. That works for me because he's giving lectures about the powers of genetics. Now, we're moving on from that to security, right?
Yes, I guess so.
Okay. So I'm not going to defend that one.
Okay.
I don't, like I said, I will pick and choose my battlegrounds. I'm not choosing that one. I'm not going to die on the hill. It is a major problem that he can get into the labs as it stands, and it is a major problem that Ramsey can give him access to the labs. Him being here on the lectures is not what I take issue with. This is not where I have an issue.
Since we kind of jumped to that, we did skip the trio meeting each other and talking.
In a coffee shop.
Well, in the outside before that, where they had that stupid DMs joke.
Yeah.
Yes.
I hated that.
That wasn't good.
That was cringy. That was not a normal conversation.
Targeted at modern audience.
Yeah. This scene was weird just because Alan was excluded from the conversation. Because Alan would have been included, I think, if Ian Malcolm could include him. I don't. Yeah, the scene felt a little bit off.
Yeah, I mean, also, why is Alan here? We didn't talk much about that in the tent. She went to the tent to get his expertise on the locust. We did not talk about why she brought him here.
The excuse the movie gives us to justify it is that he's a credible person. He's a credible scientific source.
Yes.
He's a credible voice. That is the only.
If he gets the information, they'll believe it when it gets out.
Yeah.
Yes. So why couldn't she just get the blood and tell him? It's not like they're recording.
I don't know.
Recording getting the blood. There's no proof. It would be the same thing as if he just was told it by Ellie and he said that this is the blood we got from Bias.
Crimson, they would have known. They could have told by the tone of his voice that he wasn't actually there when it happened. They would have known. It had to be real. I would have
zero problem with this if they recorded them breaking into the labs with Alan extracting the blood from the locusts. But with no recording, it would be the same thing as him not going and saying the same thing. He would have said after Ellie would have gotten the blood.
Mm-hmm.
So his purpose of being there is completely useless, meaningless.
Completely useless.
Yeah, I agree with that.
which is just sad because Alan was my favorite character.
Yeah,
No,
he's-
he's my. No, I
He's
hate
just
him.
an afterthought here.
yeah.
Oh,
I mean,
God,
I have nothing to say against that. That's just true. I
It is
love.
upsetting what they've done with Alan in this movie.
Yeah.
They didn't like trash his character, but they just threw him in there to be there. They didn't do anything with him.
Let's see.
Again,
Oh.
that's part of the trailer.
Yeah.
Let's see. So I wrote a specific note. Alan takes his coffee black.
Yeah. There's a
Ooh.
whole scene about that.
He doesn't want any of that fancy like Gen Z coffees. He wants it black. I don't remember what specific coffees the guy was offering or drinks. But
Well, I think
they had a bunch of stuff in
what
it.
does he order in order for the steam to start?
I don't remember.
Because
I thought
Coffee
Ian.
would
I
not do
thought.
such a thing.
I think Ian Malcolm is the one that starts the interaction with the person who's serving coffee, and it's something Ian Malcolm said to him, tipped him off to do this to Grant. That's what I got.
Didn't he? Well, didn't he order something else for Sattler or Grant?
Like I said,
Well,
I think that was
Ian did this so there'd be noise to cover up him talking to Ellie.
I know
So-
that. I'm trying to. My connection I'm trying to make is he knew of a drink that would start the steam, but he got himself a black coffee because that's Ian's character of getting himself what he wants. So rather than
Yes.
ordering something he wouldn't want to do the steam, he got what he wanted, and then didn't really necessarily care, and went around. It's like, oh, you'll love it. You'll have this. It's great here, just to
Yeah.
get the steam going.
Yeah, so like I think he forced the order onto Alan, and that's why that interaction happens. I don't know what he ordered though.
Yeah.
Okay.
Doesn't really matter either way. Yeah, just smart on Ian, I guess, in that regards.
Mm-hmm.
Ian helps them. Okay, and anything else with the trio before we move on?
Yeah, security passes are bracelet watches. That's pretty much it.
It was
Wait, do they
one
actually, like-
camera and no guards.
Yeah,
I was gonna
it's
say-
weird that there's no guards guarding that elevator.
One, there's
Or
weird. It's weird.
security
It's weird.
anywhere.
There's no guards, and two, we see a bunch of like scientists dressed up in front of them. I think.
I can't
I
remember.
don't
Do
remember
they
that's later.
Oh, I think that
they
is later.
have-
Yeah. Sorry.
the past like wristwatches or whatever? Do they take them off to scan them, or do they scan them with the wristwatch?
I
Like,
think
on their
I
wrist?
think they just scan the
it's got,
watch.
like an
Yeah.
RF chip or something in it. I don't know.
I was like, because if they just took it off, if they have to take it off to scan every time, I was like, well, that's stupid. You should just use a key card then at that
Yeah.
point.
It's cool. It looks
Yeah.
cool.
It's futuristic. It's
Yeah,
like a
so-
functionally smartwatch.
Something I like to put in about the coffee. Ian, the coffee isn't set up just for Ian's demonstration of his talk, because it seems like he's done it before. So that coffee station's always there. So wouldn't security know that the steam always occurs from time to time on the camera?
Yeah, but I wouldn't fault them for suspecting anything or not from that.
I'm just trying, like, wouldn't they move the coffee station or, after time, because they're like, it does hinder the only camera in that whole room?
Well, we don't know if that's the only camera. Every security area has a blind spot.
So
I'm not too worried about
I
that.
assumed that they didn't really care about being caught on camera. What they cared about was the conversation being overheard, which is why Ian starts the Alan interaction with the cafeteria guy.
That's why Sprinks is saying when they move the coffee away from the camera to
You
avoid
mean?
the audio issue.
Okay. Sorry.
Audio issue or visual issue on camera
Yeah.
feed.
Yeah,
Because
that was
they probably wouldn't.
great.
They'd move the coffee before they'd move a camera. They're like, no, you keep your coffee here. We'll just do a whole bunch of rewiring. That seems a bit ludicrous.
Yeah, it's
ludicrous, you say?
That's a bit of a design flaw. Like I said, I don't know what their security system is, so I won't comment on whether that's easier to move or not.
I think the biggest problem would be if that was their only camera. If that was that's freaking horrible.
Yeah.
but I'm going to assume they're more competent and have more than one camera in that lobby area.
It would have been nice if some of the footage shown of them walking or talking was camera footage, because then that could show that there's other cameras active.
Yes, that would have been nice.
Would have been nice, but alas, no.
No.
No, they went with a DM joke.
Listen, they gotta come on.
We're just not the right age.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're too
No,
old
we're
now.
the right age. We're just
Yeah,
not the right
Crimson,
culture.
Crimson, how's that make you feel? You've aged out of the Jurassic series.
Dude, I've felt aged out
Dude.
for like 10 years because of how bad everything's been lately.
Dude.
Dude,
I am,
man.
Dude, I am like
Crimson
so
starts with
out of it.
dude. It is a serious tone.
Yeah. Dude, I am like so out
I'm
of
just
it,
sick
man.
of life at this
believe-
point. Shoot. All right. We're done with coffee.
Yes.
We're on to Henry talking to Dodson
That was a good
about
coffee break.
the locusts and
Good one, Spriggs.
Uh,
Nothing. Keep going.
Nothing. You go. Nothing about it.
Yeah, so Henry designed the locusts for Dodson. So awesome.
How
Good
did
job, Henry?
Why did
how
they- I can't
how did they
remember
get
why
out?
they do
I have
that.
no idea. Fucking what?
So they could be the only people selling food.
Oh, some Monsanto.
And
Got it.
the only thing that I know about the scene is this is where we find out that Dotson's like actually evil, because he was just awkward tech giant guy, but he's actually
Yeah.
evil because he doesn't want them to like fix their own problem.
Well, yeah, because then they have to admit to it.
Yeah.
So, and Henry clearly looks guilty about it.
Mhm.
And he's like,
So I
"Oh,
guess he's
have
becoming a
long-
better character.
I have long hair and a cardigan now. I'm sad.
Yeah, that outfit.
Well, I mean, it's
He looks-
it's depression manifested, is what it is.
He looks ill.
He does. Get this man
He's
some.
such
I
a
was-
different
I was-
character from the
I-
previous movie.
Yeah, I thought they were gonna bring up like, I have anal cancer or something like that, and then
I'm dying, and I
okay,
need to fix
okay.
my mistake before I pass away.
Yeah, I like okay.
Fine, I find colon cancer. Sorry, I'm not very literate.
The only defense I could think of for the changing character, and again, this is wholly me writing the script for them, so it's irrelevant to how I'm going to write this movie, is that he's made this same mistake so many times, and here he is again working for a tech giant, and he realizes he's created something that will actually destroy the world, like the human race. By the way, that's the stakes of this film.
That will
It is.
actually destroy the human race. Not the giant dinosaurs roaming free and everything. No,
I
a
mean,
bunch of
that
fucking
would
locusts.
that wouldn't destroy the dinosaurs running around. Isn't what going to destroy the human race? That would just piss us off, and we'd kill them all eventually.
No, I know,
But-
but in this, they set it up in the movie like it's awful. It's a terrible thing, and then it's
Yeah.
actually the locusts that are the real problem.
I know.
Yeah.
That's the only through line for this change, and it's still not that. It's not good.
You think this
Man.
is perfection?
I also have a hard time believing he didn't have like a genetic failsafe for these.
Oh,
bullets, 'cause
100%.
They did for the original part.
Yeah, that was
Yeah.
like his whole thing. Like genetic, we have genetic fail-safes for everything.
Yeah, but to be fair, the other movies in the original trilogy ignore that too.
Um,
Are you saying they didn't understand what they were doing when they made these movies?
life found a way.
They weren't supposed to procreate. They were all
Is
asexual.
that the best you
It's-
got from me, Crimson?
Well, it's because of the monitor lizard DNA that they talked about later in this film.
Yeah, they're like, yeah, monitor lizard DNA.
They just keep throwing DNA. Like,
Yeah.
crazy.
But it's not
Well,
Dino.
What type
I
of
mean,
concoction are these animals?
let's be fair here. Star Wars uses the whole card of like the Force, any chance it gets, and then we don't. They set up rules, and then they're like, I guess we have to break those rules, and then it's just like we don't know. We don't know what's going on. And then it's like, oh, it's okay then. Nothing, you know.
Well, yeah.
Ugh.
So, the whole locust being created thing makes pretty much no sense at all.
It's a
The
cool
lack-
thing, but it
The
doesn't make
lack
any
of
sense.
a backup plan
Yeah,
is just ridiculous.
it's bad.
Because what if they did eat biosin seeds? What if one locust eats one grain and like, oh my god, this biosin stuff is great.
And
Come on, fellow locusts, let's eat this.
And what
We
if?
got no food now?
And what if I'm just throwing a spitball here? You know, the genetics just naturally evolves so they could eat the biosin seed. You know, because that actually happens.
No, that's just unreasonable. What are you talking about? We're talking about giant locusts here.
Okay,
Get that
but-
out of here.
I will say, if they did that, you would say that's fucking stupid that they were just like, well, why don't we just put all of our biosin stuff out there? And then it would have been like, hackneyed, bad.
No, it's
Get
still
outta
bad. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, yeah, there's no saving this whole scenario here.
No.
Tell me, wait, are you saying this movie's not very good?
No, I'm saving that for the end. I love
Okay.
this movie right now.
What are you talking about?
I've only complimented it.
Oh, what's that sound? Oh, that's the sound of another nail being hammered in. How many we've got in here?
Is there any wood left in this coffin?
I hear scratching. I think the movie's still alive and wants to get out.
I know, we're only at the beginning still.
Oh, sorry. Hold on. I gotta grab my shotgun. I gotta put it down like Old Yeller first. Here we go.
We haven't even gotten to the B plot of this movie yet.
I know, and it's about to start.
It is. Anyone else got any more Henry talk before we jump
No.
to the next part?
Not now. Nope.
All right.
Bored of Henry.
On to Malta. Whatever music plays.
Just-
We get Macy getting transferred at the airfield. Rain
Has
giving
it-
it to.
has a standoff with an old lady who looks like she could be in like the freaking farmer and his wife painting from like the
Oh yeah,
40s.
with the pitchfork and everything.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Rain hands over to. I had to look her up. Sonia Santos. So the Asian lady.
Yep.
And pilot lady whose name is Kyla.
Like if everyone's pilot lady.
Because no one knows
Clone
these
girl.
names.
They're
That's
not.
true.
They're not. They're not characters.
They are pretty shallow, I have to admit.
So yeah, pilot lady Kyla witnesses this while delivering. Did she deliver beta?
Dinosaur.
Yeah, she's
Or was it just some dinosaur?
she was delivering a dinosaur. Yeah, it wasn't
Okay.
beta.
So it was an unrelated dinosaur. They just happened to have two transactions going on at the same time.
Yeah. It's the same
So
people.
that adds on another layer to that for me. Great.
How convenient.
Yeah. So Kayla saw Maisie get delivered. She's like, oh, well, that's strange. Anyway, where's my money?
Yeah. Don't ask questions.
Yes. And we go to the dinosaur black market. Unless anyone has any airfield stuff.
The only
or
thing
I forgot something.
we have to talk about before, I think, because I know Owen met up with French intelligence. That's pretty much the only thing that's happened between
Did that
that.
happen yet?
Yeah, he meets French intelligence pretty quickly. Like I think that happens before the pilot scene.
Oh.
Like there
Okay.
when he first meets
Okay.
French intelligence. Yeah.
Yeah, Barry.
The only reason I know this is because I wrote down Jurassic World 1 guy. How are you alive? What the fuck? How did you survive? Because I had forgotten he actually they show him alive at the end of the first movie.
Yeah, and they're talking about setting up a sting, trying to capture this shipment of raptors. And then we go to the plane, and then after the plane, we go to the actual black market where all these sellers are providing so many different variety of dinosaurs, small and large.
Yeah, they're cooking them, they're frying them, they're doing brawls with them.
It
I gotta
doesn't
say,
feel like it belongs in this universe at all.
Yeah.
But I gotta say, I want to eat a dinosaur now. I want to see what it tastes like.
Yeah, they got that.
Do you want to try dinosaur eggs or just dinosaur meat? What are you feeling first? Nothing. Got it. No dinosaurs anymore. Okay.
No, kill the dinosaurs.
Yeah,
Kill the
I
dinosaurs.
gotta. I mean, this was reminiscent to more of a Star Wars cantina scene than a Jurassic World scene to
Yeah,
me.
I think
That was the vibe I had.
Pretty much. We got instead of the cockfighting, we had dinosaurs fighting in a little arena,
Yeah.
and then yeah, it was just
Yeah.
More
Claire
convenience.
went there.
yeah.
Claire went there looking for information about who.
And just going
took
up to
Macy.
anybody, asking about, has anybody seen a clone girl?
Have you seen this girl?
Yeah, like
Hey, you.
if all the people in all the
Kayla,
fucking
pilot
world.
lady.
Yeah.
Actually, no. She went to the bathroom to cry or whatever, and then Kayla came in,
Ayla came.
and they're like, "Oh my gosh, you see my kid?" She's like, "I did see that kid. You don't
What am I gonna
belong
tell you
here.
about?
Why are you here? This isn't your scene." And then walked away. Very
Listen, if you're a
helpful.
tourist, just like back off. Just go get some races in or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
This place will eat you up alive.
You don't get it. I released one dinosaur that was sick earlier in this movie.
Yep. I think we'll go back to the Sting operation, right?
We are back to the Sting where they actually try to bust them.
And they ghost bust them, in fact.
Yeah, this whole scene's kind of a blur to me. Does someone else have more detailed notes on this part?
Okay, let's
'Cause
see.
I know the black market goes all
Let's see.
haywire and the
Yeah,
Allosaurs get released.
Yeah, okay.
Also, during this scene in the movie theaters, the music and the soundtrack was so loud, it hurt all of our ears.
Yeah, the truck full of the raptors in the cages gets stopped, and all the police or whoever the Sting operating CIA, French hell, who knows, we're all pointing guns at them, and Sonia Santos is just like, shoot them, and she just gets away for now. But from there, I don't remember what happens.
What happened?
Uh,
Well, also
Okay.
the editing in this fucking scene is
Owen-
atrocious. I
yeah,
hate it.
the editing is really weird. Owen goes off to. He chases down one guy in particular. Claire goes after Widow. And then Raptors got released. That's what everything gets super
The
chaotic
Raptors
because
haven't been released yet. They're still in their cages.
Oh yeah, no, okay. So the Sting operation is goes south, and
I'm just losing the connection
I think
between
yeah,
This
that's
doesn't make any sense.
because
It
there was
doesn't.
bust fail, black
And then they
market,
released it.
everything
Yeah.
goes haywire, but the Raptors are still in the cages. That's later. That middle area is gray. Sprinks, do you remember anything about that gray area?
It was the
okay.
the alleyway trade, and that went
South.
off.
Yeah.
That went south because
Off.
the I think it was it Rain was there, and his
Yeah, Rain was
partner was against him,
Oh yeah.
which made him panic and flee,
Oh, yeah.
and that altered the black market breaking down.
Yeah. Owen chases Rain. Yeah, I think Claire goes after, as Ryder is dubbed, Widow.
Yeah. Sorry,
Um,
I don't remember her actual name.
That Sonia.
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 Sonia Blaze.
Sorry, I'm calling her Widow because Widow is a character from Mission Impossible, and they basically dress the same in a all white dress.
Oh,
Are they also Asian?
No.
Oh, damn it.
Right. Well, the black market goes crazy. All the dinosaurs getting running
It
amok.
goes crazy.
Goes crazy. The two giant dinosaurs. One's an Allosaurus. I don't know what the other one was, but it seems very similar.
one of them was my favorite.
Yeah,
One of them is my favorite.
Yeah,
No,
it's
that-
that Darth
that was
Maul
the single
looking.
horn. That wasn't the Darth Maul dinosaur. Jeez.
It wasn't?
That wasn't in this movie.
Oh, never mind.
It wasn't in this movie.
Not my favorite. It looks similar.
Good.
Yeah, a lot of the big
So-
carnivores it's very similar.
Yeah.
And then Owen is in between them, and he holds out his hands, and they're like, "Oh, okay, let's not kill this Owen guy.
The
He's sticking his
hands,
hands at us."
the hands is the force.
Yeah, at this
Yeah.
point, yeah.
Dinosaurs.
You know, Owen has trained every single dinosaur that's alive right now.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
I probably would have laughed my ass off if I saw some bad guy or civilian stick their hand out to a dinosaur
And
and
it's
it
gonna
still
eat 'em.
worked. No, and it still worked. The dinosaur would have. I've been flabbergasted.
Yeah.
It would have been funny if they tried and failed. Just somebody trying, either it working or not, would be funny in the background.
Well, didn't they do that in the first one? Like the Vincent D'Onofrio, doesn't he try to do it and then it just eats him or something?
He does.
Yeah.
The raptor bites his hand off.
Yeah. So there you go. They did do that. They
Vicious
were smart enough.
interrogation
They saw that one
sequence.
coming.
Yeah, it was Owen's training. That was the only thing that worked. But now he can just do it to any dinosaur.
Yeah.
I
He's gained the
forgot to
skills.
point out that he also did that during the dinosaur wrangling. After he
He
tied
does
it,
it
he
for
did it
every
too.
dinosaur. Every dinosaur he does it.
It's awesome. Allosaurus get it released. And then Owen's actually no, Rain gets tied down by Owen, I guess.
hmm
In the
Yeah.
dinosaur arena area, while one is chained, and it just keeps getting closer and closer. And Owen's like, "Where is the clone?
Where are
Where
they?
is the clone?"
Where are they?
Where is she?
And freaking dinosaurs start eating his hands, and then he's like, "I'm biased. It's a biased." And then, and then Owen just lets him get eaten.
He
So
just gets his head bitten into.
Yeah.
Yeah.
vicious.
When
They killed a lot of
Wasn't-
people that day.
so do the Raptors
Wasn't
get
one of the
released?
one biting his hand like a turtle?
Yeah, looked like that.
Yeah, something.
Where's
Some
the
dinosaur.
were the Raptors released? After, like before that chase sequence?
No, it was after.
No,
the
it's
bust.
when they corner Widow,
Okay.
Yeah.
which is
Well,
soon.
that's that is the next thing after Rain's death.
Wow, real soon.
They go into the room
Did
next
anybody
door.
else? I want to say one thing about Ren. Did anybody else see like hungry hippos forward when that was going on?
Yes.
Kinda,
Yeah.
can
because
see
they're
that.
off in the corners and then they come forward to bite.
Yeah.
Really?
All right.
That
anyway.
should be an edit.
Yeah.
Yeah, so go next door to chase down Sonia, and she releases the Raptors, and all the freaking CIA guys are just standing around watching the Raptors walk out of their cages slowly and menacingly, and then they get eaten.
It's very
Yeah.
important as well that they establish a rule. I think during the bust that laser sights is how the dinosaurs will find their target.
Yes,
But they always
that's the
find
song.
the
But they're
target
laser
forever.
Raptors.
Yeah.
Yeah,
These are raptors.
must be the Viking
Finally.
Age.
There you go. These are also called Atrocious Raptors.
hmm
Because they're atrocious.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I looked it up. I thought that was a made up name, but apparently that's actually a name of those raptors. So
hmm
interesting. Yeah. Sonia runs away. Claire is chasing her down at this point
Yeah.
into a building.
hmm
Beats the shit out of
And
her.
They have this cool one-on-one fight because freaking
Yeah, she has to do something.
Claire can fight apparently.
I'm like,
I'm going to assume Owen taught her at the cabin. They did not show that.
yeah. The only explanation, the only justification they have is that Owen taught her off screen, which is somewhat believable, but also they should have told us.
Watching this whole Claire sequence
Go on.
with the fight with Sonia and then the raptor
The
and then
Raptors.
going
Yeah.
through these, I guess, apartment rooms and jumping.
Parkour.
It reminded me of the lawn fight or the one shot fight in Atomic Blonde. It reminded me of the one lawn shot in Extraction, and it reminded me of the beginning scene of Six Underground with Skywalker. And if you combined all three of
any
those,
action scene that was a long take.
if you combined all three of those and you remove the bad, I think this was worse than that.
And you remove the bad. I agree.
Oh, okay. So sorry. Your metaphor confused me. You mean pull all the bad out of those scenes and put them all
Yes.
together as a comparison to this?
Yes.
Okay,
And this
got
would
it.
still be worse than that.
Yeah, I was very bored during this chase sequence. Not gonna lie.
You're supposed to use those on dinosaurs.
John, you took it from me. Yes.
She had such
Sonya gets
endurance.
tased by a dinosaur taser
Yeah.
by Claire.
Well, doesn't it shoot her across the room or something?
Yeah, she
Yeah,
like,
I'm
Tases dinosaurs.
I'm impressed that
Her
Sonya's
heart stopped.
conscious. I'm surprised she's still alive.
People die from normal tasers, let alone a dinosaur taser.
It was like a punch from Iron Man.
that's what it is. Yeah,
So Sonya died, but not really.
she should have, but yeah.
She points the laser at Claire, and then a raptor started running up the stairs.
Yeah.
How? Why?
They
What's going
already
on here?
they already broke the laser sight rule with this because the dinosaurs
They
couldn't
already
see the
broke it.
laser.
They already broke it earlier.
Yeah, no, but
Doesn't make
this
it
is where it fundamentally breaks because she could see the target. They could see where the laser target landed on, but they don't see where the raptor doesn't see the laser on her, which is why it doesn't work.
No, but
And
the
all
rule
the
they set
raptors
up.
should still be downstairs eating all the CIA anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, the rule though is like, I get like, oh yeah, if I shine a laser on the target or whatever, they're gonna go for that target, right?
Yeah.
But once the laser is off of them, why would they keep going after that person?
That's a great question. Do raptors understand tracking in that regard? What happens if you point the laser pointer at a food bowl?
What if
Does
you
it
point
just
it-
attack the bowl?
What if
the
you
bowl?
point it at a wall?
Yeah, would it just
Does it run
attack
through
the
the
wall?
wall? Does it bring
Is
itself?
it motion? Is it like if you stand still, does it still go after you?
It's almost like
Well,
the
yeah.
world building in this movie is shit.
No.
Nobody would say that.
What?
I mean, I guess they tried to fix the lasers from the previous one, where in the previous one they put it on a gun
And
just shoot the gun.
And
This time it's
somehow
really just a
they made it
pointer.
worse.
What if you put a laser at one raptor and not the other raptor? Would
What
they both
if?
hit each other? Would one just stand still
What-
and take it? Would
Yeah, what if?
What if
yeah, what if you
we-
put a laser on the raptor? Does it eat itself? I don't get it.
What if we attach freaking laser beams on the top of freaking sharks? How about that?
why wasn't there a scene of a kid with like a little laser pointer and a cat?
special
and then
laser
the-
pointer?
Yeah, and then the raptor goes after something else.
Yeah.
It's a certain color laser pointer.
And then
Yeah. This whole chase scene is
it's about to get worse.
Claire has freaking endurance for days.
Oh yeah.
they all do.
Yeah, she's a track star. Didn't
Yeah.
you know?
Yeah, remember when in like the first movie where she's run around the entire park and heals the entire time, never changes
Oh, yeah.
out of them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Outran a T-Rex. Now she's
Yeah.
about to outrun a raptor.
Yeah, about to.
Actually, that's the last thing I want to know. So yeah, the raptor's chasing her on the rooftops through windows, as Frank said, and it's not catching her. The animators
Can't,
tried
yeah.
their hardest to explain it because it kept running into walls and slipping
Yeah.
on its feet, and I'm like, oh my god, this is a cartoon.
Yep. The CGI artist fucking tried. I'll give them
Did
that.
it get trapped like it go head first into like a closet wall or something?
Yeah.
It's certainly possible.
Like
it
she,
bumps
like-
into everything just so it
Yeah, it
slows
bumps
down.
into
She like,
literally
pro
everything.
dodged it, and it just went straight into a closet or something.
And then
Closet. And she
I
walked in
look
the
at-
closet. Yeah.
I look into at real life dogs and they turn corners beautifully. Sometimes they slip, but that's
Beautifully.
rare. But raptors, they're like, oh my god, my full weight into this wall. Oh.
Well, Crimson, this raptor didn't have dog DNA.
We don't know that. Every DNA is in every dinosaur, just so they can explain special abilities. What? And they have cat DNA because they follow lasers. Didn't you know that?
True. Yeah.
That explains a lot, actually.
I know that
I know it now.
We got cat DNA. The only way to train them is with catnip. So we move on from her outrunning them.
Well, she
And
falls.
we see Kayla saw her running on the roof.
Yeah, and it's like, get in my plane.
Well,
Well,
so
we're not there.
yeah. Well, so what happens is she grabs onto a balcony, doesn't quite get
From a
over
super jump.
from a super jump,
And
and the raptor
shoots over.
overtakes her and jumps in front of her, and she drops down because that's the smartest thing to do. And then she hits in a truck, and then Pilot Girl sees all of this and says, "I'm gonna help." This is what she decides. She's just gonna help for whatever reason.
Yeah.
You know, we talked in a bathroom together for over a minute. You deserve my assistance.
So Pilot Girl, she just happens to be selling or transporting a dinosaur at the same time that Clone Girl's getting delivered to see Clone Girl.
Yeah, let's
And
not
then
undersell
Claire
the
just
convenience
happens
of
to come
this.
across the one pilot who knows, or at least saw, Clone Girl. And then with Claire running through the entire city, jumping through roofs and windows, Pilot Girl sees her. And not just that, she's like, you know what, I'm willing to help now that this lady's about to die. What the heck is up with that?
Yeah, let's not undersell the amount of convenience that just happened in this plot to make it happen.
Insanity. And now we go back to French intelligence and Owen, and they're trying to capture a raptor, putting it back into its cage, where it's trained on French intelligence, and he has to do what Owen did in the first movie. And
But he's only done it
dodge
once
roll.
and it failed.
I know. Do you think it'll work this time?
Can't dodge roll. What a
Spoilers.
what a
Spoiler
numbskull.
alert, audience. It works. He survives.
I really wish it didn't.
I know. But that would be great subversion. If
That would be
Barry just got eaten.
That would
right
be
there.
great subversion. Sprinks would get his
Honestly,
Sprinks
I
would
thought
get
that
his
was gonna-
gore satisfaction, sated, and
Nobody
I
would
honestly thought
care.
that was going to happen.
nobody would care.
He's not an important character, so he could have died, but they didn't do it.
Which means he can come back in the next movie.
That's
Yeah,
definitely
true.
happening, I'm sure.
Yeah. So they got freaking Sonya came back here for some reason.
Yeah,
after
she
the whole
woke-
Claire chase.
Yeah.
I woke up after being tased to a wall. I was like, I'm going to go back to the cages.
I'm going to go back and get caught by the CIA.
And
So she's there at gunpoint, and then she points a laser at Owen while he was riding his motorcycle. I was riding his motorcycle. Something happened.
we didn't. He runs to his motorcycle, he doesn't. He's not on it when she points the laser at him, and then he
Yeah.
runs for the motorcycle. And this is
Yeah, the partner's like, I got her, you go, because she gives off a tip or something, and Owen's like, I got it, and then as he's on the motorcycle
That's
about
what
to
it was,
leave,
was tip.
she...
Mhm.
Yeah. I just didn't remember why he left it on the motorcycle, because then she pointed it out of his back. And that's when the whole raptor chase scene with Owen starts.
Yeah, it's such a great scene, right, guys?
That's great.
I mean,
It's so good.
Isn't it cool?
it's
It's
cool
trailer
if...
worthy.
Look, it would be really cool if it was Jurassic Park 1, raptors. Like, actual human puppeteered, because all the practicalities, the fact that it's entirely CGI, and it's, what's he looking at? Just, to me, a CGI chase like that is very, of course it's scripted like anything, but it's not as high stakes to me. It's because it's not real.
I think all of us can probably agree on that.
I mean,
At
at
least
what
in this
point of this
instance.
movie has it been real?
Yeah, I don't know. That's not really what bothers me about the scene. It just felt boring because whether it's CGI or practical, the stakes should be there for me. Like I should care, but I had no interest. Pretty much, it was just boring.
There's definitely a different feel when you go CG instead of
Yeah,
puppet, so
it might be
Yeah.
me
I
a
can
little.
see that.
Crimson, I hope I'm okay talking about this, but there's one part where they use a broad to clothesline one of the raptors.
You said,
Yeah.
I thought you said broad. I'm like,
Yeah,
don't say
they use a broad
Briggs,
to
that's
clothesline.
rude.
No, to use a metal rod to clothesline one of the raptors. And to me, I went, okay, fine. But if that was like a guy on a motorcycle getting hit by that, I would have thought it was way cooler.
I actually thought that looked pretty cool and funny at the same time. Yeah, that was with Claire and Pilot when they were driving to the plane.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we get Owen riding his motorcycle through the town. We see the two big dinosaurs just eating people in the public area.
Yeah, okay, guys. And I don't know why their people would still be here, but they're here.
Well,
And they're
how did those two get out of the underground area?
That's another
they're
problem.
also walking very slowly. And these
Yeah, I
people
know,
are still
they just
getting
stood
eaten. They're
there.
not chasing anyone. They're
Yeah,
not running around.
Some guy's just like walking next to them. It's like, oh, cool dinosaur. He's got like headphones. I don't even think he has headphones
Yeah,
on. He just
it's
gets
like-
fucking picked up and
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, that's what
taking
would
a
happen.
stroll. Didn't feel the ground vibrate as
And I'm
giant feet
taking a
stand
stroll.
there. No. So yeah, I don't know how they got there. Anyways, whole
You don't need
chase
to know.
scene. Claire and Pilot get to the plane.
Pilot lady. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not gonna call her Kayla anymore. They get to the plane. They're starting it up. Claire's like, "Oh, we gotta wait for Owen." It's like, "Oh, we don't have much time."
What's Owen been
Why
doing
don't
this
they
whole
have
time?
time?
Yeah.
Were they getting chased by raptors anymore?
She was just like, if he doesn't show up, he won't show up. I'll leave without him.
isn't
then
it
Bryce
isn't it
is all
lucky that Owen knows where this plane is?
yeah, and then
Then,
Bryce
I
is all
didn't
like,
think about that.
Bryce is like, he'll show up.
Does anyone remember the tip that was given for him to get on the motorcycle to begin with?
No, we'll be at the plane. I think is pretty much all it was. It was
Okay,
like,
I'm like, where was he trying to get to?
I
don't
have
know,
no
the
idea.
script
Maybe he
doesn't
has
make any
Life
sense
360 on his phone. He just tracks Claire all the time because she gets into trouble.
and he's a stalker, so yeah, it all works out.
Yeah, well, starting with the plane, they're moving, and Claire. I found this funny. Claire yells, "Pull over!" and Pilot says, "That's not how planes work." Kind of a stupid line, but I found that amusing.
You liked it.
I did. And then we get freaking Owen behind the plane, getting chased by the raptor. Is he going to get on board? Is he going to make it? The door's open. And guess what? Owen makes it.
Wow.
It's unbelievable.
On the motorcycle.
On the motorcycle.
Raptor makes it too.
And the raptor.
Did anyone?
But now that they're safely over water, the raptor gets knocked out by the motorcycle and they take a swim.
Did anyone get a distinct impression of this just being a shitty version of Fast and Furious? That particular part of this action
pretty much.
scene?
Yeah.
I mean, that's what this whole movie is. This isn't Jurassic Park. This is like
No, it's Jurassic World.
Fast and Furious level of nonsense. Except Fast and Furious embraces it and knows what it is. I don't think this movie understands what it is.
What? You don't think this movie understands what it is?
No, I don't.
I mean, Owen and Claire are risking their life to get Maisie because of family.
They're not actually related.
So now they're on their way to the sanctuary because Owen found out that's where she is, and the pilot knows where it is because she delivers for them. And then we go back to Alan and Ellie.
They're still doing stuff, guys.
Yeah, they're still in this movie. They're with Ramsey, still doing that tour. And this is where we find out that they've found out how to make pure dinosaurs. Why did they
Pure.
have to throw that in? That just breaks everything. It makes no sense.
Because the whole thing was that they weren't making any more dinosaurs.
Listen, let's be honest. The goal of these writers is to kill the Jurassic Park universe so much so that it doesn't come back.
They're making pure dinosaurs. They don't need to splice in frog DNA anymore or anything.
I think they just added pure because that's the new thing of dinosaur. You know, it's always
that's why they have feathers now,
it's
because
DNA
they're pure
or-
dinosaurs.
Yeah. So they're like, these ones are pure. It's like, oh, that's new. The other ones haven't been.
Yeah.
Cool.
So let's just throw away
Cool.
that whole cool explanation with Mr. DNA in the first one. Cool little
best
sci-fi
character,
explanation
yeah.
about how they brought dinosaurs in this world, and just explain it away on a tour. Like, oh, we can just make pure dinosaurs now.
It's
It's
so
cool.
It's
Whatever.
so stupid.
We have full dino strains of DNA now, instead of a bunch of fragments that we have to piece together. It's fine.
I mean, don't get me wrong. We do have access to that technology now, but it still sucks within this universe.
I mean, you can connect, like, you can't just make up DNA.
No.
You need a template,
What?
which it's crazy.
I know.
They don't have templates. They have fragments. They don't have anything to compare. Anyways, unneeded scene that just ruins stuff. And I think this is where Ramses points out the elevator and is like, "That's the level 6 clearance area, and I'll leave you to do the tour yourselves." Because
He's like, why did you guys tour yourselves for a few minutes? And then he holds up his security watch to them. He's like, yeah, you guys can't get in because we have this. Retrospectively, I think this is just him kind of like reminding us, the audience, and the main characters.
Oh yeah, spoiler. Ramsey's kind of a good guy, and that was just him directing them, pretty much, without saying anything obvious. So
Obviously.
yeah. Anything else during the tour you guys want to talk about?
I don't know. This whole like tour stuff felt kind of rushed.
Yeah,
Grant now seemed on board with everything.
Yeah, he was just like, okay, Ellie.
yeah, I'm here because I'm Alan and I'm the
Don't worry,
purpose of this
Ellie.
film.
Look at me. I got my hat, guys. Still got my hat. Yeah.
Yeah.
my hat.
All right. If that is all, then we go to Clone Girl and Henry in the lab, where we get a whole bunch of exposition about why Clone Girl exists and why Henry needs her and Beta.
Specifically.
Yes, because actually, I don't really know why he needed Beta specifically, because a lot of the dinosaurs asexually reproduced, which is what he needed. Anyway,
But Beta was closest
excluding
to
that, because I might be forgetting something, but they explain that Beta was born because there was monitor DNA in blue, so
they could
we
asexually
could
reproduce.
asexually reproduce, which I have it written down. Parthenogenesis, that's what that's called.
Mm.
So we learned about that. Macy, Clone Girl, freaking flips off someone. When was that during the conversation?
Yeah, this is during the conversation. She literally flips off Dr. Wu. And I actually smirked a little bit at that, because she's being raised by Owen and Claire. I'm pretty sure she would smirk flip him off.
Yeah, I smirked as well.
Smirked.
Yeah, we learn about Charlotte, Clone Girl's mom/self.
Who lived on Isla Sorna, Site B. I wanted to hit something.
What's Site B? I don't know what Site B is.
You don't have to have it.
They transferred all the dinosaurs from Site B to the mainland. I hope you know.
No,
this.
they didn't. They didn't.
They did.
This movie says they didn't, so they
No,
didn't.
they talked about it in a Jurassic Park comic book. Didn't you read that?
Oh, yeah.
Crazy. You have to do outside research for that.
Fucking
Just for them to
hell.
explain away that. So Charlotte made Clone Girl instead of what was the Hammond knockoff from
Lockwood.
Fallen Kingdom? Lockwood.
Flint Lockwood?
Yeah, we thought it was Lockwood, but no, it was Charlotte who Who made her?
They just keep adding retroactive characters into the lore.
They
and
were
it's just,
there from the beginning, writer.
yeah. You know what? She was there from the beginning, and while everyone was making theme parks, she was just being an awesome scientist the entire
Saving
time,
the world.
saving the world.
Yeah, somehow she impregnated herself to make a clone. They didn't really explain. They just said she got pregnant with herself. And then she gave birth and found out that her child still had that disease. And then she fixed it.
But she didn't fix herself.
Yeah. She fixed it after birth. When it's developed.
Was it after
and not
birth?
in the womb.
I thought it was.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
that makes it worse.
Yeah.
They literally point that out specifically that she fixed every cell in her body after birth. I'm like, how? What are you talking about?
They've just cured death.
Like-
It's okay.
Because, like, listen, I could understand it's like, I fixed the DNA before I inseminated myself so that when it, but it's like, no, if they did it after, like, okay, well, then she could have done it for anybody.
Yeah, so it's crazy. I don't understand any of it. Henry's this kissing her feet. He's really jealous of Charlotte's immaculate beautifulness.
Listen, I'm smart, but she was way smarter.
She was way smarter than any of us.
And she hasn't had a feature in this entire movie series up until now.
Yeah, but we had a photo in an album in the previous movie.
And then we were
That was
told
it.
that she died in a car accident. And then it was like, no, she was alive for about 2 years after.
Yeah,
So
she
it's like-
died of some like birth defect disease she had. Oh well.
I knew your mother.
Oh, we're not there yet.
We're not there
Yeah.
yet, but it still stings.
Yeah.
Anyone else got anything for this part?
He still looks sick.
I'm sure I forgot
Yeah, he looks
some
sad
stuff
and
from
sick.
this.
Yeah.
He looks sick. I actually like Clone Girl a lot in this scene. I like that she's back sassing him because just
Yeah.
who her parents are. It did put a smirk on my face, and it's enough to show me that there could have been characters here. You know.
there could have been characters in this. There's
There are
not, but there
husks
could have
here, but they could be occupied.
Yes, they're all empty husks, and occasionally something will come into them and remind us. I'm like, oh, I guess they're a character now.
Yes. I guess in the comments or
Yes,
whatever, let me know if I got all that right, because I haven't seen this in over a month, I think, at this point. Going off memory for that. What else?
Well, Crimson, I gotta say, none of this has happened so far. This is all your fever dream. This isn't the actual movie.
This movie didn't come out? Oh, thank God. We stand a chance of a decent movie here.
No, we don't. Fallen Kingdom already came out.
All right, we go to Ellie and Grant while they sneak in to the labs.
Yeah, I don't know how they
Well,
got past the other
freaking scientist outfits.
Yeah, I don't know how they got past like the other 20 scientists that they show us outside the door.
Well, that's
Chill
because
out.
there
They
was
have
nobody
security.
there. There was no
Level
security.
6
Nobody was
security
even
bands.
there. Yeah.
No security guards. No other form of identification. Just the wristbands. Fine. Also, being in a lab in there, I feel like you would know your coworkers, but I
Yeah.
don't know how big the lab is. So could be
I-
fishing.
Okay, this actually might be me fishing. When it shows when the pan shows like all the scientists near the door that they have to get through, does it show them like walking in and out of a room where outfits are? Like they just put on outfits?
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, I vaguely remember something like that. Yeah.
Okay. They could have sneaked into that room while no one's in there and got dressed in outfits, and since they're wearing masks, it's more likely that they could get in. It's not a fucking high bar here, but I guess that's better in like 50 sets of quotation marks better.
It's possible, but not plausible.
Yeah.
That's the best I can give them.
Yeah.
Yeah, they sneak in. They get into the locust chamber where they're sleeping
Mm-hmm.
in their weird little grass habitats. I don't know. This room's kind of weird.
Yeah.
Um,
And this is
I feel
where,
Yeah.
like they'd be in cages and not just open.
I mean, like, it's in a container room, I guess. So, like, the room is the cage.
Well, it becomes a problem later once they all wake up. So
Yeah.
I don't know why each little grass pod they have wouldn't just be in a case by itself.
Yeah. I guess it would be. I'm reaching here, and I'm sorry. I don't want to defend this movie, but
Don't worry, we've done that in every movie before
yeah,
this.
oh yeah, I know. I'm thinking like, okay, it might be more of an observation room, but the only reason that people go in there is to clean out corpses. So like when the observation is done and they have burned everyone to death, burned all the locusts to death, in a theoretical world, nothing else is going wrong. They would go in and be able to collect the corpses. I don't.
What would they be observing?
Yeah, that is the other weird part.
Yeah.
Doesn't really make any sense.
To be fair, scientists
Just their
observe.
sleep patterns.
Yeah, scientists observe literally everything. So like if you go to a bio lab of any kind and they're, observing animals, they will have places like that where they have direct access to them, but mostly they're just taking notes about literally everything. Their
They'd be in
habits.
their own enclosures.
Oh,
so...
I don't worry. I go to biolabs all the time. Every day.
I went to a insect museum where I know, crazy, where you could see them actually study insects and stuff. Kind of
you
like in
could
the first
see them do
Jurassic
that?
Park. Yeah, in the first Jurassic Park, where they take the ride, watching scientists look at the
Yeah.
eggs and stuff. Kind of like that, where you just watch them through a window. And the bugs are in cases. They aren't just like in a room.
Yeah. The only reason I think that they're not in cases is because these locusts are oversized. That's why they gave them the room. And since they are a
They're
high
a freaking billion-dollar company. They can buy cages.
No. So sorry. Let me say that. Let me rephrase that. So they're a hive locust. So they need to keep them grouped together, which is why they're in a big room cage. Because you don't typically separate hive species if they're a hive species. Most of the time when you're studying bees, they're all with the queen, so they're all together.
I could almost accept that answer. Almost. Because we're still writing for them right now.
100% we are.
So
it's an acceptable explanation to give it to why this exists, but it's not an acceptable explanation of why, their security system fucking sucks.
Because we see what happens when they wake up. So it makes me believe that it wasn't just for containment, because it failed. I don't know.
All right, we're not there yet. Come on.
Well, okay. Guess we'll talk about that when we get there, if we remember.
Yeah.
So they piss off the bugs. They start going haywire.
Yeah, I believe that's still this part. Yeah.
And then
Ellie's like, Grant, get the blood. And he's like, well, why do I have to do it? She's like, well, you do it. You do it. Go do it.
You're the man.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't get that interaction. Felt weird to me because this was literally the only reason to have Alan.
Yeah,
was to pull the blood, which she could have done.
Yep.
So this whole back and forth thing was weird. I feel like I'm misremembering the conversation they had, but
it's pretty much the gist of it. They had to get a sample. Is pretty much what they needed to do. And this is also interspliced with Dr. Wu actually talking about having to kill the locust, like why he's like that he needs Clone Girl's DNA to kill the locust.
Yeah. And then Dodson comes up and talks to Wu in the hallway, leaving Clone Girl alone
with Beta.
Beta.
Yeah, Beta. And freaking Clone Girl releases Beta while they're talking, within view.
Yep.
Through a window.
And she escapes some fucking how.
Goes through the vents or something. And Yeah.
And you know, this is an easy thing to set up too. If you're actually a director, if you're a wannabe future director writer, you can easily set up Clone Girl's escape here and not make it as pathetic a scene as it actually is. You can have her observing the room and have her spot the vents before she's. It's just pain. This movie is pain.
It's also a lab, so they wouldn't just be normal vents either. They'd be like special vents,
Special vent.
ventilation, where I wouldn't imagine a person would be able to crawl through. They'd have filters and other type of stuff inside the vents. So I don't know. She gets out. The Beta gets out. Freaking Alan and Ellie wake up the locusts or something.
And then they.
What wakes them up?
I think one of them is screaming. And wakes up, like the one that they're taking the blood from, just starts agitating the rest of them.
Yeah. They all wake up. And then Ellie and Grant try to leave. They go into the
gas chamber.
Decontamination chamber.
Yeah. It's important to note that the gas does kill them. Well, not the characters, but the locust.
I was going to say, I wrote in my notes that they survived the gas. I feel like it was poisonous. I don't think it was sedation.
Yeah.
So
I mean,
feel like
Bug Killer doesn't. I mean, Bug Killer doesn't kill us, but I feel like there needed to be a little bit more here.
Right. Well, those are huge bugs.
Exactly. Like I say, there needs to be a little bit more here of an explanation.
Rat poison kills us.
Yeah.
So I would imagine this would be stronger or as strong as rat poison. They're rat-sized. Or bigger. So I definitely think that gas was a threat to them. So I don't know how they survived that. They hear footsteps and then try to run down the hall, and then we go.
Were they like locked in though? How did they get out?
Once the decontamination's over.
Yeah.
Once the decontamination sequence is over.
But they were locked in like in between because of the door got hit, right?
Did Clone Girl let them out?
No, because they meet her in the hallway.
Okay.
No,
Right.
I think once the decon timer went off, the door just opened automatically.
Yeah. Which is
Alright.
believable for a security system, I guess.
That's pretty standard.
Pretty standard, yeah.
Pretty standard for
It's
security science lab stuff, yeah.
Yeah, especially with a locust. Yeah.
Yeah, and then does they hear that a plane has entered the airspace, and Dodson orders the ADS system to be shut off. Correct?
Once they radio in, yes, because it's an unfamiliar plane.
Yeah. So, plane enters airspace. Turn off the air defense system,
Like what?
sir.
Yeah,
Are
this
you
is
sure?
this is a little bit of a fucking problem.
And this goes back to our earlier conversation. Of it just seems to defend things from leaving.
Yeah.
But I still don't know why you would turn that off for an enemy combatant entering airspace.
It's clear that Pilot Girl's also chastising the person she's in contact with as well.
Yeah, she had some like blackmail on this person.
Yeah, but
I forgot about that conversation.
well, it's forgettable because the character's forgettable.
It's very true. Well, pretty much the moment the air defense system goes offline, the plane gets attacked by a Quetzalcoatlus. 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 Whatever. New pterodactyl. The biggest pterodactyl, the biggest flying mammal, or animal, not to say animal, to ever be on this planet. And for some reason, it's like, you know what? There's no air defenses. I'm just going to attack this plane now.
Yeah, it just sensed like the fucking.
I don't know. I don't know why it attacked.
Yeah, it just senses, that the air defense system is down. So.
Well, it's not getting shocked anymore.
Yeah.
Presumably.
or whatever it does. Yeah.
Well, also animals that learn about electric perimeters avoid them after a while and just accept that they can't leave.
You can't
So,
avoid something that's
They
inside your
wouldn't test
brain.
it. They wouldn't go back and test it because they know it's there. So I don't know why. No. Well, also hypothetical because we don't even know if that's how it works.
Well, they do have the tracking pits, right? So
I don't know. They don't do enough.
I don't. They say that. That's in the. That's. They state that though, that they have the electrical things in their brains.
Yeah, but I didn't say it was tied to the air defense.
I'm assuming. What?
Anyways, yeah, text plane. Don't know why it's getting ripped apart. Freaking pilot's like, oh my god, I only have one ejector seat with a parachute in it.
Yeah, and it's not the pilot seat. It's like
It's
a
not the
passenger.
pilot.
Yeah.
It's not even co-pilot. It's in the back.
Yeah.
It's insane.
Yeah, it's.
Ryder, explain this to me.
Yeah.
Do you think I'm gonna defend this? No. Fuck that.
Sprinks, explain this to me.
Well, when you're in the pilot seat and you got the the glass window in front of you, anything could come through it. But if you're in the back seat, you got the seat in front of you, the pilot seat, to block any of that stuff. So you got plenty of time to make sure you're buckled and ejection's ready. And it's absolute complete shit. And I don't know how to go about this.
Like it doesn't make any sense.
Logic? What is
At
logic in a story?
Oh, there's two problems here. One, there's only one parachute. And two, it's in the back.
Three, there's only one back seat.
And that's
Yeah.
and to be fair, we're discounting all the ADS problems, the dinosaur attacking the plane problems.
Would
Only
the be
one- only
pierce
one
this
dinosaur.
plane? I don't think so.
no,
I know
absolutely not.
I know that this specific dinosaur flew over oceans because it's too heavy to fly itself, so it needed to rely on wind and would not be able to fly in this mountainous area.
Well, now you're just
No, that's just them not doing their
Science.
research on their dinosaurs. It's a cool giant bird. Let's throw him in.
cool giant reptile bird.
Yeah,
Do you
let's
think
do
that
it.
one was a pure one, or do you think that's genetically
Oh,
altered?
it's freaking pure. Why would they not have pure?
Pure, man. Look
If
at
you
the
have the
feathers
option to
on
go
it.
pure or just corrupt, muddy disgustingness, I'll go on for the pure.
So
My
you're saying
blood's-
the line Ramsey said before of now we have pure dinosaurs makes this worse because this one's more than likely one of those pure ones.
Yep. This script eats itself, baby.
I have no idea. We don't know if they captured this dinosaur or if they made this dinosaur.
If they made it, it's worst.
I didn't see that dinosaur at the mansion, so I don't think it could have gotten out. I don't know.
It's in,
They had to have made that dinosaur.
yeah.
Freaking crazy. So
Freaking crazy, man.
freaking
So,
bonkers.
Heels. I mean Claire. Is gonna be the one that gets ejected out of the plane because Owen loves her. It's really
No.
it's
Owen loves her.
Freaking Owen, the dinosaur guy, and nature guy, military man. Their objective here is to save their daughter.
mhm.
So that they're like, we're gonna die in a plane crash.
We
Who
need to
should
get
we
someone who
save?
can get
Who should
shot
we
at.
use to save our child? We have one person that can do that. Let's send Claire to die in the forest.
Hey, she beat that lady up in that.
Honestly,
Italian lady's house,
the
so
only
come
reason
on.
that the only reason I think this decision is justifiable, and again,
Let them
very
know in the
thin.
comments, everybody.
yeah, please. The only reason I think this decision is justifiable is because they didn't know if they were actually going to survive the crash landing.
Dude, it's a plane crash.
Yeah.
They don't know they're in a movie.
Oh yeah, no, like I said,
What's
they like I said, I just said they have no idea who's going to survive the plane crash or not. So it's
a-
more of like she's in the chair, so we're going to get her out now.
It's a plane
man.
crash, and it's like a World War II era plane. Of course they're gonna die.
Yep.
There's only one parachute. Do you think they have other safety measures?
Nope.
No.
No.
I don't know. I found it strange that their objective is to save the kid, so they send someone that would not survive the forest.
Also,
So,
here's
instead of the guy who would potentially
Yeah,
survive
so-
the forest.
the only thing that goes against that is that Owen would much rather be the one to go down the plane because it's not a guarantee that they'll live through the crash, but the parachute there's just a minuscule chance.
It's a better chance of the plane crashing.
Yeah, that's why he sent Bryce to do that.
But she has a less chance of succeeding, though. Is what I'm
Okay,
saying.
yeah, I know. Like I said, I'm not.
Especially with the ADS down and knowing there's a dinosaur on top of them.
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah,
You could bring the argument, well, like ladies first, but I don't think that's what they were going for.
no, I don't.
So-
I don't
Also,
think.
argument that the
I just assumed that she was
first
ejected
lady-
because she was sitting in that seat, and that's pretty much the only reason I assumed that she was ejected out.
I'll go with saying that the pilot lady was fine with it, rather than being like, "Oh no, I just met you people. I'm ejecting out."
We
More
haven't
like,
talked about that.
No, we'll
Yeah.
like I said,
It's
this
a
scene
distraction.
this scene breaks down very very fast.
no, she's more in the line of being
I
okay
brought you
because like,
guys
oh,
here.
you're sending
I'm not
Claire to
dying for
die.
this.
Yeah.
I ain't down for this.
Yeah. Lots of problems with this scene. Anyone else got anything about the plane crash?
How
Well-
did she not get eaten when she ejected immediately after? 'Cause
The
wouldn't that be like the first thing that a dinosaur would do? Would be going after the person?
Evidently,
It's
this
outside of the
dinosaur would
plane.
do that.
Yeah.
The
The one
only
on
thing I
top.
got is that in Jurassic Park 3, he survived.
Yeah,
So
that,
pterodactyls suck at killing. Is all
that
I
was
got.
my comparison. Was the parachuting in Jurassic Park 3 twice, for that matter.
Also, pterodactyls were more of like fish eaters, so I don't know if they'd try for.
Well, it's
Only
weird
if they
they're
were
like trying to
pure.
destroy an airplane, though. It's
Only
Well,
if they're
I
pure.
already explained how stupid that was.
yeah.
So maybe they're just not interested in people parachuting because they're not fish. I
Maybe they
don't know.
thought it was another pterodactyl and they're trying to mount it or something.
Oh yeah, but they can reproduce asexually, so I don't know.
Yeah.
Are they also
Probably-
females? Are they making males now?
If
Pure
it's
males?
a Biosyn one, who knows? They never explained that.
Life
No.
finds a way.
And what about the dinosaurs that give birth? Do they chip the babies? Do they know when they give birth? How many
Well, no, weren't they saying though
unchipped dinosaurs are there?
they hadn't? Well, I guess if they were pure, they couldn't have put in the DNA that would have been like.
Well, this is the sanctuary where they also bring the captured dinosaurs, so they kind of
Oh,
mingle.
okay. Oh, I see what you're saying. All right.
So they got pure, not pure here, which is why
Well, that's a weird thing. They
T-Rex
don't really
is
go
here.
into. They only really focus on Blue and Beta. They don't really focus on any of the other dinosaurs that could have possibly given birth. So
Mhm.
Well, we went from 50 at a mansion to
They're all
them
over the world.
over the world, and they have a breeding farm. However, that works.
there you go.
Yeah, they're definitely making babies in the sanctuary.
Yeah.
Make
All-
your babies strutting on the gravy.
They
Yeah.
can't chip all the babies, so how does it work? So many questions.
Well,
So
I guess
many questions
I
and
guess
still
all
no
all the dinosaurs are Catholic.
Oh,
they use bed sheets.
With the holes in them.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't believe
How
you just
did
said
we
that.
get that
That's-
in here?
Yeah.
Uh, all right. She ejects.
What a segue.
Yeah. Then we go to Ramsey rescuing.
Oh, okay. Here, can I
Uh,
point something out here?
Yeah.
The swapping from one story to another in this movie is god awful.
Oh,
It's all
the
over the
transition
place.
is bad. Yeah.
Because you have like because the high octane stuff is like the Claire and Owen stuff, which then when you go into like the espionage or corporate espionage part, it just is like too tonally different. It's
Yeah.
awful every single time. It's so
Yeah.
abrupt.
Pacing
Yeah.
in this movie's horrendous.
Yeah.
Not good at all.
And I will say earlier on, I think we were missing certain beats where they swapped over. So if anybody if you're watching this movie and you're like, wow, this is edited really terribly, yeah, it is, yeah.
Yes. Actually, I guess Ramsey hasn't helped him. Clone Girl comes across Alan.
Also
and
fucking
Ellie.
confusing.
Yeah. So Clone and the OGs meet. They're like, "Oh, what are you doing here, little kid?" And
I'm not a little kid. I'm a 40-year-old woman, actually.
yeah.
Are you?
I don't
part of
remember what she
Biosyn?
said. What? Yeah. Are you part of Biosyn? Like, no, we're not. We're
You
good
don't look it.
guys.
It's basically the
Good
gist of the
guys.
conversation.
Let's run away. And
Yeah.
she's like, "Okay, I'll join you guys.
It's
I'm
it's
just trying to escape this facility, and I'll trust
And
you."
they,
it's
and
no
they took
it's
a
no no
blood
it's
sample of her.
important. It's important to note that they introduce one of them introduces their name and she recognized the name because she read the book.
That's right. I forgot about that.
Yeah, that's the
That's
only.
right.
That's why it's
That's
acceptable.
right. There is reasons here.
Yeah,
Good job, writers.
yeah.
Good job.
You got one fucking point for me there, I guess.
You remember the book that Alan Grant wrote in the first movie?
Crazy. Third movie.
No,
Sorry. Well,
he wrote a book in the first one too.
I mean, he was okay. So
He wrote a book.
he's
as a
writing.
paleontologist,
the first.
and then he wrote a book after he saw the dinosaurs. And it was talking. He was like, "I liked your first book more when you used to like dinosaurs." And he was like, "I still like dinosaurs." And then he gave him a look, and he was like, "Okay, maybe I don't like dinosaurs anymore."
Okay. I need to rewatch the originals now.
The third one, yeah. Well, okay, yeah, because he had a book. He already had books when he was
Yeah,
a
like
paleontologist.
he has had more than one book, so I'm fine with Clone Girl having read one just because.
Yeah, I'm fine with her reading it because she lives in a cabin. She's got a bunch of time.
Yeah.
She
And also
lives with
her
dinosaurs,
and also her parents do
She's-
allow with dinosaurs too. So
Yeah.
Yeah. So
And
that all adds up.
she's like the dinosaurs, so makes sense.
They are blood related.
God damn it! I almost forgot about that line.
Can we also point out that she feels no regret for just throwing
Ruining
the
the
world
world. Yeah.
down? No one criticizes her or points it out in any fashion. It's just completely left to the side.
She is a child, so there is a level of like, how much are you going to
Okay. Well,
burden
that's
her with that?
You don't have to ridicule her.
Yeah,
I
would have liked to.
regretting it.
Yeah, I would have liked to see her regretting it, and I would have liked to see the parents, parent.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a whole aspect of her character that they didn't even try to.
Here's the thing, though.
to
Like,
tackle.
yeah, okay. She's a little bit exempt because one, she's a kid, but then also that puts more blame on fucking Owen and Claire letting a 8-year-old child make a decision that affects the entire world.
Oh well, see, they didn't let her. She did it without their knowledge.
She just did it.
She just did it.
They're like me,
Uh,
even though they're not at all.
Yeah.
we see later that Claire feels guilt, so I don't know why they couldn't just have a scene of Clone Girl feeling guilt.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
all she did basically was make it easier that everybody could do the exact same thing to dinosaurs.
Every
just
single
like-
person that has died to a dinosaur after the mansion is her fault.
Swear there is a good movie in here, but it's not coherent at all. It's just
If it hadn't been geared towards like massive appeal, you're right. There is a good movie in here.
because like that what you just described, that could have been done in the campfire scene, adding a lot more depth to all these characters about them talking about the decision that she made because she's older now, and
The closest thing you get is like Ian
I think
talking
they said
about
she's
it.
14 at some point.
yeah.
Oh, she was 10 years old.
Yeah, she was 10 in the second movie. Then
I
Yeah.
wasn't even
Okay,
allowed to
done.
order my own food at 10 years old.
Yeah.
Well, we're just writing a better movie.
I know.
That's
It's
what we
I mean,
got
that's
here.
the
not
whole
So,
not
point of this,
not that
right?
not that
Yeah.
it's
Yeah.
hard. Just
yeah, they run to the bullet train or
Yeah,
whatever.
the
Yeah,
elevated
and they
the
were-
transportation system.
and they run into
meet
Ramsey.
who was a little bit ruffled, I guess. I don't. He's gone through a little bit of a
yeah. I guess he was supposed to be their quote unquote getaway driver, so he's been waiting for them.
Yeah. He's like, who is this?
I don't remember the conversation there. He's
She
like,
was hiding behind like
I'll
a box,
help
a
you.
crate. Yeah. He's like,
Yeah,
I
he's
would help you.
essentially is like I'm the one that he's the leak guy. He's the one that told Malcolm about the problems.
He's a plant.
Yeah, he fills them all.
kind.
He fills them in. And is like, did you get this? He's like, did you get the sample? Because you need to get out of here. This is the best way to get out. And this is
They're like, how'd you know about it? He's like, don't worry about it.
I'm second in command.
Let's see. That's pretty much all the gist of the scene.
Yeah.
I think I think he does give Clone Girl a look, but then he lets them go.
He's like, you are the future.
Does he bring up the amber mines here? Or is that when they're on the train?
No,
of.
that's
Like, this will take it through
that's later.
something.
This will take you through. This will take you through the tunnel past the amber mines. I think that was something akin to what he said. But either way, it's like the mentioning of the amber mines is also set in security as well, like a scene or two later. So.
Oh, you don't want to go there.
Then we go back to Claire in the forest because she survived the landing. Nice, good on her.
A little bit of a reference to a third movie.
Yeah, where someone did
die. Died in the pilot's seat. That was kind of nice. I did enjoy the reference, but
Sprinks, do you want to do the scream?
The scream.
When what's her face found Ben or whatever the stepdad that was dead.
I can't remember what the scream is.
Oh, well, it was blood
Can you
curdling and funny.
Can you do it, Crimson? Come on.
I won't be able to talk if I do. My throat will be blown up.
Do it anyways.
Oh, right. Ryder sounded like he was ready.
No. I'm not gonna do it. But I will say it was a hilarious blood curdling scream because it's essentially like a skeleton arm just falls onto her shoulder and she just lets out a blood curdling scream as response.
Yeah.
Audience, if you're waiting for it, it's not going to happen.
No,
it's not going to happen. So we see a Therizinosaurus. Boom, nailed that one.
Yeah, drop that in here.
Yeah, that Wolverine dinosaur walking around. There's a deer just standing there munching on some leaves.
This poor deer.
And this giant dinosaur walks up behind the deer, or just next to the deer. It wasn't even like on his back or anything, and just swats it and kills it. And I wrote in my notes, "Worst deer ever."
Yep.
Because
deers can run.
Deers are the scariest things ever. You just look at them on the road, and they're like, "Oh, time to run."
Yep.
I got looked at.
Yep.
But this one just let a giant dinosaur walk up to it and kill it.
Oh, but you see, it was in sneaky assassin mode.
What you see?
Sneaky mode. I didn't consider that.
He was crouching around,
Yeah. And Claire, seeing this, decides to jump off
correctly
and land on the ground in front of the dinosaur.
Well, correctly, she chose to leave. I don't think staying in there was a good option.
It didn't see her up there.
Did it not? I don't remember.
No.
I thought...
No, she was just chilling in the tree. It did not see her. Until she started making noise on the ground while she army crawled to a puddle. Where it just followed her there very slowly and briskly.
Mm-hmm.
Which I guess is in character for this dinosaur because it is an herbivore. Which leads to the question, why did it kill that deer?
For pleasure.
It's a cat. It kills for pleasure. It's got cat DNA. That's what happened.
Yeah, it's true. We just need a laser pointer. So yeah, Claire goes under the water. They have this cool shot of it screaming at her just for the trailer.
Mm-hmm.
No, it was in the actual thing.
It was, but that scene
it was
purposely
just
made for trailer. Yeah.
It did look cool. Can't say it didn't look cool.
It looked cool.
Didn't serve any point, but it looked cool.
Yeah. That was the point. It was cool. And then that was pretty much the whole Claire forest scene. And now we go to Owen and Pilot surviving the plane crash.
Yeah.
On this sheet of ice.
Yes. And we also find out
this is some
that
dam that was made, I guess, for this sanctuary area.
Yeah. we also find out that Owen and Pilot are like, well, Pilot also has a military background in the Air Force because she's a pilot.
What? Are you kidding me? Yeah, we find that out because they have this whole one-on-one conversation because they survived a plane crash.
Yeah, and once again,
But now
I'm
they're
briefly
instantly friends forever.
and once
Yeah.
again, I'm briefly reminded what characters could look like.
I don't really remember anything about the conversation before the dinosaur pops up.
They talk about
Out of
their
nowhere.
they talk about their respective tours, and they talk about their history, and
Their
she
experience with
she I
dinosaurs.
believe Owen talked about how much she likes Claire, or like no wait, that's a little bit later, I think.
Yeah, I got a thing for redheads too.
Yeah, that's at the end of this scene, pretty much. So
Yeah.
that's like they are. I'm gonna put this in quotes. Bonding. I actually kind of like this scene on the surface. It does its work in trying to bond these characters a little bit. But yeah, the dinosaur will come.
Well, yeah, the dinosaur comes up. The Pyroraptor, which is also a real dinosaur.
There always have been
shows
actual
up.
dinosaurs. I wonder if they'll
I
change
know.
at some point.
It's a freaking Atrociraptor and Pyroraptor. That sounds so fake. It sounds so freaking real. Whoever discovered those dinosaurs had some fun naming those.
Oh yeah.
They're like, listen, I get to name my own raptor? Oh, I've been waiting my
The-
whole life.
I don't know. A lot of people name them after themselves. Do you think one of them was named Pyro?
Pyro.
Yeah. So the Pyroraptor like chases them down.
Yeah, the Pyroraptor's also got like a,
Bunch of feathers.
yeah, it looks like a phoenix feathers almost, which I think is why they gave him the Pyroraptor name.
It's pure. It's a pure dinosaur. It's got the feathers.
Mm-hmm.
And we find out that it swims.
And it swims.
I don't know how accurate that is. I did not look into that.
As far as I'm
Because
aware,
it
there's
did
only
look like an aquatic creature to me.
yeah, it's only the only reason they even know about it's from like one partial specimen that they found years
Mhm.
ago. So
Sweet.
Uh,
So mostly made up dinosaur then.
yeah, I do.
Yeah.
What I just heard.
Yeah, the only thing, another thing I like about this scene is that both Owen and Pilot Girl save each other, at different points. So they,
Yeah, they also do they both pull out their knives with the
Mhm.
same pose
Yep.
when the dinosaur pops up.
they're the same.
It put a nice smirk on my face.
We're
'Cause,
the
it's
same.
it's a good approach to show don't tell. So I like that. That they got some similarities they can work with.
Yeah, they start running and no one falls through the ice. Oh no! What's this water raptor going to do? Oh, it's going to swim around him and then wait for a charge up and
Yeah.
lunge just enough time for him to get pulled out.
Yep.
Yep, that's exactly what happened. Crazy. And they continue to run and make their way to the elevator, where they are safe with a cage blocking them off. And and in that elevator, it's brought up that she has a GPS tracker on that chair. Why?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I don't know
Because
if it's.
presumably she would be in it.
Yeah, I have no idea either. Maybe it's just a hope that someone just tunes into her signal, but that's not enough. That really isn't enough.
No, if she's the only one that has the tracker for it though.
It's so
No.
dumb. It makes no fucking sense.
One parachute for herself, and she's got a tracker to track herself.
It would
Nice
okay.
job.
It would make sense. All right, it would make sense if there were multiple parachute ejector seats because
Yes.
you could
You
foreseeably
could find other people.
find other people. But given the fact that there's only one ejector seat and whoever ejects isn't going to die, finding that ejector seat as the pilot of a plane that's about to crash is highly unlikely.
Well, she flies by herself, so she doesn't.
Yeah,
have
that's the
anyone
other
else to
fucking
use
weird
the seat.
part. She flies by herself, and the ejector seat isn't even the main seat. Sorry to bring that one back up again, but that is probably the dumbest thing in this movie.
Big words.
Big bold statement, sir.
No, well
It's got
that
some-
just doesn't make any. That doesn't make any logical sense. That doesn't make any story sense. It's purely a device just for this thing to happen.
Yep, I can agree with that.
Yeah.
It's kind of like what Sprink said, where if the plane's failing, she has more time if she runs to the back to eject than the front, because whatever you're about to hit's going to kill you first in the front.
Yeah.
That's just basic freaking science. You get half a second to run.
But no, they
To the
had to
back
have the
seat.
ejector seat so they could make a callback to Jurassic Park 3. You remember that movie? That movie was great, right? This movie's a lot
I
like
liked
that
it.
now, right?
Right,
Compare-
even though, like 3.
No, I didn't. Jurassic Worlds 3 and 2 are still are tied with Jurassic World 1 with at a 4 out of 10 for me. And I wasn't impressed with anything past the first movie.
Freaking, what are we at now? Jeez.
Well, we just beat the
subtract.
dinosaur.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, now we're at Dodgson
This is
looking
cool.
at the monitor and seeing that
Yeah.
the locusts have been
Getting angry.
disturbed,
Yeah.
which just points out how bad the security is again.
It's like, what happened?
What happened
did
to
this?
the locusts? Why are they freaking out? Just dumbness. Is there anything else there?
Well,
Oh,
doesn't he
that's all
call
I
for
wrote.
the? Well, doesn't he call for the burn?
Not yet.
Not yet. I
No.
know.
Why wouldn't he do it right then?
I think this also carries over into the security scene, because that's when they check the security, they spot Alan and Setter, and then that then leads to them shutting down the train in the Amber Mines.
Isn't security kind of pointless if you only check it after something has happened?
Reactive. Okay. We only care about reactive security systems.
Yeah.
Not preventative. Who wants to prevent problems? It's just reactive.
Nobody. Nobody apparently.
Yeah. Yeah, so look at security. Then we go back to the bullet train
Mm-hmm.
where Ellie brings up the I know your mom thing.
Yeah.
I
Which-
knew your mom.
What a freaking small world, right?
Yeah, very small world. But I do like the fact that Alan is the first to reach out to Maisie in this scene.
Yeah.
Because
He's the kid guy now.
yeah, well,
Yeah.
his character, what happened to him in Jurassic Park 1 carries over. So I'm okay
And
with
3.
him. Yeah.
Deal with the kid in the third one.
Yeah, so like I'm okay with that as
Oh, I
him
like
doing that. Yeah, it was for me that was like, "Oh my god, he's still here somehow."
Oh, yeah,
a
don't
little
worry.
bit of him.
We're just making fun of the fact that I knew your mom. That's
Yeah.
Small world. And
Yeah.
when was the timeline for this? Because that lady was directly tied to the making of Jurassic Park. So that means Ellie knew about the whole cloning stuff already.
Okay, so how the movie explains it away, it's not good, is that it's that she knew him at a university, like she came to lecture at her university, and that's how she knew who Charlotte was, because they both taught at the same university, I guess, for a time. Again, still small world, but at least there's a bit of a foundation there. I don't really know if she was giving lectures on cloning, so I guess I can't really give any more insight to that.
Yeah, I don't know what other fields she would have done, but not enough information
Yeah.
for that to
not enough
distinguish.
information.
Not enough info to elaborate on.
But at least there is a thread there. They worked at a university together. That's more acceptable than it just being completely out of the blue.
I guess it's
Yeah, like,
better than
it's-
what I said,
it's-
forgetting that scene. So,
Yeah.
or that conversation. Then, is there anything else before they turn it off?
I don't think so. They
Yeah,
they
it
bombed
was
a little
long
bit.
talk.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. Well, they turn it off now because they saw security cameras, and they're like, "All right, they're heading towards the amber mines." And then Ian is fired on the spot.
Yeah, he's
Get
like,
fired.
yeah,
Yeah.
and he does it. Does he do the little move?
Uh,
I think that's right as they leave.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My
that's
notes.
after
My
Ian's
notes.
Yeah, when
speech.
Ian and
Yeah.
Ramsey walk away.
Yeah, my notes say Malcolm gets fired and gets another good monologue because I actually enjoy his monologues. It was a nice one. I don't know
There's
why
one
he was
way
allowed
to-
to give it, but
It's Jeff Goldblum.
yeah, I know.
Yeah, I wrote, why did Dodson allow him to have a speech?
Yeah. See, the lectures make sense. This doesn't.
No, that makes zero sense. I don't know why Ian would even have access to most of this facility anyways, instead of just the room for the lecture. But we kind of passed that opportunity to talk about that already. Yeah, I don't remember his monologue. It's for like everyone, this is bad. Think
Yeah.
about this.
pretty much the
What's
gist of it.
happening
Yeah.
here. That's pretty much that. And then we go to the T-Rex and Giganotosaurus fight, which who was there? Was that Owen and Pilot, or was that Claire that witnessed
No,
it?
that was Owen and Pilot that watched that
Okay,
because
Owen
they were the
and
ones
Pilot,
talking about the
they're going
two.
back to find
Yeah,
Claire.
they were talking about the two like alphas meeting and stuff like that.
Yeah, there can only be one alpha.
Only one.
Yeah, this movie taught me how to say Giganotosaurus because I always thought it was just Giganosaurus was the biggest carnivore. But we get to see him. He's got spikes, so you know he's menacing and evil.
Oh yeah, Edge Lord over here.
Yeah, they have a little tussle, and then the T-Rex walks away instead of getting murdered like the Spinosaurus did in the third one. So does that mean Spinosaurus is better than Giganotosaurus?
Maybe.
They're playing favorites.
They clearly are. The Spinosaurus is just all around way cooler than the Giganotosaurus. You disagree?
No, I don't care.
No. Oh, okay, you don't care.
Okay, you don't care. All right, fine.
Okay, that's
but
fine.
Listen,
Whatever. I don't care
but
about
listen.
Crimson, you said the Spinosaurus from the third one?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's way better.
Way cooler.
Way
more
anybody here ever see
memorable as
the CGI dinosaur movie?
Annie?
No, the one where it was like all they could talk and everything. You know what I'm talking about? It was all CGI. It's all animated.
The Disney one?
Yes.
Like the good dinosaur?
Dinosaurs.
Yeah. No.
just
Dinosaur.
With the lemurs.
Oh, yes, with lemurs. Yes. I had that on VHS.
I did as well. The Spinosaurus and that was pretty cool.
I don't remember that one. The animation creeped me out.
It was
That
Uncanny Valley, sort of. So.
one.
Oh, never mind. That wasn't Spinosaurus. I was thinking of the horned T-Rex thing.
Allosaurus?
Yes, I like the Allosaurus.
Yeah, that was at the black market. Yeah, we do that. T-Rex goes away, and then we go to the Amber Mines with Cole and Alan and Ellie.
Yeah. Oh, Alan made his torch last scene. When they first
They
exited
reach the mines at that point?
Yeah, that scene ends when they just kind of leave,
Okay.
and
Oh,
he makes
yeah,
his torch,
okay.
and then
It's
this
just-
is kind of
just
them
kinda
now
ends.
in the
Yeah.
They're in the deep recesses of the mines. Yeah.
Yes.
The deep
Made a
recesses of my
torch out
stinky
of
britches.
what was it? Fucking-
A wrench.
Was it a wrench?
Yeah, he made it. Yeah, and yeah, I don't know what he tore up for it though. I don't remember that.
I don't know. But it was an Alan thing to do.
Yeah.
It is an
Alan
Alan
Rich.
thing to do.
Yeah, like I
it
said,
was an Alan thing to do.
he's here just very, very surface level, just bare minimum kind of shit.
Could Ellie have made that torch? We don't know. I think she could have. And we.
I was thinking of sorry to cut off the. I was thinking of the Carnotaurus. That's what I was thinking of earlier.
Mm-hmm.
Not the Allosaurus.
I don't know that one off me. I'll have to look that one up.
I'll send you a picture when we're done.
Okay. Clone Girl brings up or looks at how Ellie and Alan look at each other and talk to each other and asks them if they have kids. And
You know what she should have said?
Hmm.
Do you guys bump privates?
No.
That would have been
I
way
don't know
better.
if I would have been okay with that.
I would have pissed myself laughing.
I know you.
Yeah.
I have to admit that I did like that. I smirked at this because
Yeah.
I like the chemistry between Settler and Alan, so I like the kid kind of commenting on their chemistry.
Yeah. I do usually like that, but yeah, I wish you would have said that. I would have given this movie a 10 out of 10 just for that.
If it was the whole movie,
Yeah.
I would have probably been happier.
Yeah.
I feel like there was another thing I had to talk about, but that's all I had written down.
Oh, you mentioned that. You mentioned before. You're like,
Oh yeah,
I don't like how they,
Ian Malcolm gets fired and he goes down to. Wait, you mean like of this scene where they're in the Amber Mines?
Yeah, in the Amber Mines. Were there anything else?
I
I think all I remember is the kids
Torch.
thing.
Mhm.
Torch.
where he lights a torch and then everybody else has flashlights.
Actually, yeah, they do have flashlights.
Yeah, he's got a torch and he like wraps like a thing around it, around like a wrench or something, and then
Yeah. And then again, what's his face? Ian and Ramsey try to get them out of the mines. Ramsey tells Ian to go down there and get them, I believe.
He gets him a jeep, pretty much.
Yep,
here's
give him
a jeep. Don't worry, I got
Go
some stuff to take care
there.
of. Yeah.
Yep, save the day. And that
Ian
was
style.
it. Yeah, Ian style.
Pretty much.
Ian gets there. No, that's not there yet.
No, you're not there yet.
Alan climbs the ladder to look around, I guess. And there's a dinosaur there.
Ba-ba-da-ba.
And he goes,
Scary.
whoa!
And he falls back down.
Yeah, he
does.
falls back,
It's
slams his old man head on the rocks.
where he would just
and
like
was okay.
completely break his hip and everything. Yeah.
You know, and shoot, I didn't like the name of that dinosaur. Freaking, it was like Dinosaurus or something.
It has a big fin on the
Dinosaurus.
back. Yeah.
Very terrifying how they don't really move, but I do like that they were real. They weren't CG. So commend them for that.
We take our practicality where we can.
Yeah, they try to run away and they go to the door
And they
that
circle
Ian
him.
just arrived at
Yeah.
to help them, and realizes there's a number code.
And he
What?
doesn't know the numbers.
And I don't know why
Why
Ramsey
did
wouldn't
Ramsey
tell
tell
him.
him?
Yeah.
No.
Makes no sense.
So they're like, "Hurry up, Ian!" He's like, "1984. Nope, that doesn't work."
He's like,
I don't know if
he's like,
that's a
there are billions
reference.
and billions of combinations, and then he's just going through, like, he's going on. He's like, I like that he's talking to himself while also trying
Yeah.
to figure it out.
Yeah.
Well, that was totally ad lib. That wasn't in the script. He was supposed to just like keep putting stuff in, and he was talking to himself the whole time, and they just kept going. And he starts putting in the theme to Funky Town. He's like, "Won't you take me to Funky Town?"
Funny. And we see Ramsey watch them through a security camera. Good thing no one else is watching security.
Yeah.
Even though they know that there are
Well, it
spies
was
on
like,
the premises.
What, like 3 people in security throughout this whole movie?
Remember when they said there's a black market? Why doesn't anyone try to break into the sanctuary with security this lacking to get some dinosaurs?
I have no idea. Well, why would you need to? I mean, you can just breed your own.
But pure dinosaurs, those must cost more.
Fair enough.
Yeah,
You're losing the plot here, Crimson. Come on.
I am. Too many problems. Yeah.
By the way, the ending of this is kind of a blur. It falls apart pretty quickly. So
Yeah.
We're not at the blur part yet, but yeah. Well, freaking Ramsey remotely inputs the code for that door. Don't know how I
Lucky.
feel about that. Yeah. And the fact that he has he knows the code to that door.
And didn't
Yeah.
tell Malcolm. That's also a problem.
Yeah. I don't know how he knows that code. I feel like that would be a security thing. I don't know why he would know the code to the door to the mines. Because why would he ever need to go to the mines? I guess it could have been his
Reason.
exit strategy, I guess.
Maybe.
He would have researched that ahead of time. But then that would be the whole why didn't he tell Ian thing. So they get out. Blah. Then we go back to Claire in the forest. She found this tree house thing.
Yeah, just stumbled upon it accidentally.
Yeah, good thing that's in the forest. I don't know why. Yeah, whatever that
And
is.
then
For. Maybe it's an observation outpost. I have no idea.
And then but then the raptors come, or not the raptors. What are they?
Sprinks, do you want to say what's happening next?
Well, I don't think it's raptors.
It's not raptors, but I don't know the name of those. But they're like raptors.
All right, I'll do it. Dilophosaurus. Bunch of Dilophosaurus.
Dilophosaurs.
They were happening. The little like the Gary giggle noises in the leaves, scaring her towards the treehouse.
Can we do an edit of the first Jurassic Park movie and put Gary Giggles in instead of the actual Dilophosaurus?
She makes her way there and trips and puts her back against a tree while one's about to chomp her face off. And then a hand comes in from the side of the screen and just chokes it out.
Da da da!
It's my
Owen's
favorite
here.
part of this movie.
Yeah.
Choking
And who
out
is
the
it?
Dilophosaurus. It's freaking
it's
Chris
Ian.
Pratt.
It's
Owen.
Ian
Oh, it's
Malcolm.
Ian. That's not Ian. Owen's there. What a hero.
Yep.
Chokes it out. And then, is that it? Then
Yeah.
then they jump to Dodson. They go to Dodson, and he's like, alright, I'll burn the locusts. Wow, kill it, whatever, end
Kill
it.
the, get rid of the evidence. But all the research, sir. And then he's like, don't care.
Yeah. And then the freaking locusts start freaking out because they're getting burned, and then they just burst through the ceiling.
Yeah.
What an amazing
I have
security
no idea.
containment
I have
box.
no idea why they did that. It makes no fucking sense. And I mean, sorry, I assumed that they let him out. That's because there's no way they'd be this
You
dumb.
thought they let them out?
I thought they let them out.
Burst through.
No,
Fucking
yeah,
hell.
they broke through, yeah. Through the
That
one
was
vent in the
my
ceiling.
argument for why it wasn't an observation room, is because they broke out so easily.
Fucking hell. Okay. Yeah, that's worse.
Yeah, so they freaking blow through the roof of the entire facility. I guess that lab was on the top floor, even though they took the elevator down. Or did the locust blow through every single level of this facility to go through the roof?
Yeah, either way, it's bad.
I don't know.
Either way, there's no saving this script.
Yeah, so they aren't dying to this fire for some reason. And they're just flying through the entire valley, dropping dead, burning down every tree in sight.
Yeah, basically the entire valley is gone now, basically. And,
Craziness.
yeah, and then they're like, sir, we have to bring the dinosaurs in. And he's like, no.
We ain't there yet.
What is it? God, come on.
What?
Let's touch on that while we're there.
No,
That's not a
because
big thing.
this movie loves to jump around. Because now we jump back to the main crew crashing
In their Jeep, yeah.
in their Jeep that they got from Ramsey. The freaking locust lands on their window on fire, and they veer off
Classic.
road.
Lucky.
Yeah, and they are tilting on the edge, reminiscent of the second movie with the RV. And they're like, lean left, which is like the classic car on a cliff thing where you lean one direction. But it doesn't work. And they tumble down a hill.
It works for like a second, and then they tumble down the hill.
Yeah, just for a
Like,
comedic
okay,
feat.
we're fine. Reconfigure yourself. Weight division, everything. Follow the little girl.
And the car lands right in front of Claire and Owen. What
What are
are
the
the
odds?
odds? of this
Jinx.
entire dinosaur valley that they crashed their car right next to the other people.
How convenient.
How convenient it is. Yes. Mm-hmm.
Fucking amazing.
Amazing.
Woo. And we get a nice group photo or shot
Yep.
of everyone together, and the Jurassic Park theme plays, and you're like, oh my god,
Just to really
this
hammer
is
in
just so beautiful.
the member
I'm about to
berries.
cry.
Oh, I'm popping a nostalgia boner. Oh.
Oh, I'm freaking bursting with excitement here.
Don't follow that up.
And then we get the Giganotosaurus stomping in because he's
Just for all
here
the
now.
fun. Yeah.
He's like, I sense characters together. I need to show up now. It's my cue.
Yeah, he was. I like the idea that he was waiting behind a mountain, like where he's like, okay, I have to wait for the other guys in the jeep to get out. He's just peeking around. Nope, not Q's not done yet. Okay.
And
I'm gonna jump out and scare him.
if Owen and Alan say, "Don't move," who wants to explain why that's dumb? I'll
Well,
explain why it's dumb. Then.
Move.
well, I mean, obviously, first off, the dinosaur can smell them. 1, 2. That rule that's established in this universe applies only to the T-Rex. So,
And number 3, we've since learned after many, many years that's not actually true.
Yeah, but they haven't shown that in this universe, so gotta go by the universe rules.
What are you talking about?
What you talking about? Yeah. So they say don't move, and then they immediately run.
yep.
So, good moment there. That was just there for a reference.
Happy
No
we got
logic.
happy we got a shot of everyone in it. I guess that was nice. A little bit.
Yeah, and they play Ring Around the Rosie around the crashed car,
Yep.
and
A lot of the classic
Clone Girl.
T-Rex shots here.
Yeah, where it's like peeking down
Yep.
Yeah.
to look at them.
Yeah.
Yeah, excited.
Oh, yeah.
Clone Girl runs to the ladder to go up the treehouse.
Ooh, clone.
And then the Giganotosaurus tries to take a bite out of her with a
Ooh,
cool
dinosaur.
looking shot.
Ooh,
Yeah.
cinematography.
Cinematography doing its job.
Cinematography.
At least someone showed up for work on this film, right? Cinematographer.
Hmm? I mean, they worked.
Yeah,
They were there.
This breaks. You're
They
not a
shot
fan of
the
the
movie.
cinematography?
Listen, if they hadn't done the cinematography, there wouldn't be any visuals for this movie. Obviously, they worked, right?
They showed things visual.
There
Uh,
are a few neat
What does
shots.
Springs have to say? He's the cinematography guy here. What does he think about it?
For this scene in particular?
Well,
the whole movie if you
that
want.
was as
Yeah.
good as any to bring it up as a whole for you.
Yeah.
I think the whole movie is a spiel, but this scene in particular, it's a long shot. I mean, it's a continual shot. It doesn't cut to any other angle, to my knowledge. It's just going around a car, and it's a vast group of them, like 7 or so. This
Yeah.
is the 3 and 3.
Yes. Yeah, 7 sounds right.
Okay. And they're not bunched up, they're all back to the car, which on the sides works, but in the front they're hunched, and on the back they're hunched, which to the dinosaur would be seen
Thank you.
because of its size comparison. And so that's, but the camera work, and then it isn't till they give up on the idea that I think it's a close up on, I think it's on Alan, and then they move.
Yeah, there's so many camera angles where the Giganotosaurus would definitely see them behind the car.
Yeah, 100%.
That's just bad composition. That was horrible. That's, I guess, on the CG team for putting the dinosaur there. That was messy. And Ian lights up a torch to allow everyone else to run up the ladder, which is just like the first movie. Don't you get the feels? He's got the flair. Now it's a torch.
The only
Now
the
it's
only
different.
the only reason I think it's better is because the only reason I think that sorry. Okay, had to learn to speak again. Okay, so I like this scene on a very surface level because it shows that Ian understands, the don't move rule. So he learned from his previous experience in Jurassic Park 1. Like Alan was yelling at him because he pretty much got the T-Rex to go away and chase the flare, but he came out and popped another one. The problem with that, though, is this isn't the T-Rex. Different rules apply.
Yep. I also don't know why. I'll just call it Gig now. Giganotosaurus is too long. I don't know why Gig didn't just eat them at the car, anyways.
Yeah, we wanted our
Kept
classic
running
shots
around it instead of just leaning down and munching them on them. Blah, blah, blah. I can't learn English. Someone else does.
Wow.
That was a whole bunch of words.
Yeah, words not can I.
I don't know why Gig did not munch on the people. There we go. Ian chucks his little torch spear into Gig's mouth, allowing him enough time to run up to the ladder. And they're all up there, and Owen's like, "That wasn't too bad," or something along those lines.
Yeah.
And then
Classic trope. You can see the monster. You can see the dinosaur coming up behind him as he says this.
Yeah.
Yeah. And he pokes his head in, is waving it back and forth. And they're all freaking out. And
Freaking out, man.
Freak out. And Pilot Lady brings out a trank gun and shoots it. And Owen pulls out his knife and stabs it in the nose.
Yeah. Seems like one would have been necessary without the other one.
Nah, that's a big dinosaur. You need a big trank. And then it backs off. Awesome.
Realizes that 7 humans are stronger than one giant dinosaur.
Yeah, terrifying.
He realized he was outnumbered.
Yeah. There's no way I
anything
could
else
squash
for
all
the
of them.
Soul Gig scene?
I mean,
Lots of plot armor.
yeah.
That's pretty much the main takeaway for the characters here.
Right.
I liked. I guess I kind of liked Ian rising to a challenge, even though it wasn't necessary and didn't make any sense.
Yeah, like I said, it
adds up for him. He had a lot of courage the first time trying to save the kids,
Yeah,
and he's doing it again to save these people.
I guess. But the other issue, though, is like he's the least qualified. The thing,
Qualified to distract dinosaurs?
as he's a skinny hipster.
Skinny old hipster dude.
Yeah,
like I said, and then I kind of touched on what I like about that scene visually. I like that they're trying to do something with Ian here, even if it's kind of broken.
Big
think
issue
my
is
big-
he's got 5 kids and he was willing to die.
I
for
know.
these
Yeah.
people.
well, those
Who's
kids
gonna
aren't
feed
really
his
that
kids?
important. Yeah, only one of them's been shown, so it's the only one that matters.
You think she became a gymnast?
Yeah, I don't know.
That's funny. Please don't bring it up again.
I will say, I think it just seems like weak writing for these returning characters. I don't know why I feel.
Oh,
like that, but
absolutely, it
does.
is.
Oh, they're as surface level as they can be.
Yeah.
They're just there to put butts in seats.
Well, and I think some of my favorite scenes are with them. I mean, as bad as they are, you know what I mean? They're not like they're like superior as far as like, the writing and everything. They're mostly the same sort of schlock, but I enjoy them more. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, I totally get that.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I think this movie would have been better if they didn't have any of these other people, but just the returning cast in it. I think it would have been great, but it would have been better.
Totally agree.
Yeah. Like the weakest parts of this movie are these characters that they've made for the Jurassic World, honestly. Like, granted, there's still plot problems with like the Beastroy, which is, Alan Grant and all those guys, but like it feels like fine, you know what I mean? it doesn't feel like as bad, I guess.
I agree.
I don't know.
They're more entertaining to watch than
Yeah.
the cookie cutter others.
Well, they have better chemistry anyway.
It's true.
even with bad writing, the chemistry still comes across, and it's still good.
Mm-hmm.
But now with that, we get to our new characters get introduced to our old characters, and they figure out how similar they are and how different they are.
But that's not here yet.
Yeah,
we have
it's
to,
not.
We have to jump away.
Again, this doesn't make any sense.
I know. We have to jump away to Dodson.
The fact that
his forest burn.
Yeah, the fact that my brain automatically goes into that next scene means that it shouldn't be cut there.
Yeah, we cut to Dodson watching the sanctuary burn.
And gathering up all of his accoutrements and his props and things.
No,
not yet.
This is the scene that you mentioned earlier.
This is where they're sending all the
calling
dinosaurs
back the dinosaurs.
I'm just gonna stop predicting what the next scene's gonna be because it doesn't make
It's
any
a jumbled
fucking
mess.
sense.
If I didn't have this written down, I would have no idea where any of this goes.
Yeah, I would have forgotten too.
So one of his guys is like, should we bring the dinosaurs back in? And he gets so flustered, he starts beating up his chair,
Yeah.
making little grunt noises and being a weird little dude.
Turns into Kermit the Frog.
Frog.
Yeah, and they bring in the dinosaurs because they can do that with their mind control chips.
Awesome.
I don't know. How do you guys think they get dinosaurs to go where they want them to go?
Well, obviously,
Mind
obviously, they stole the research from Hydra. Who stole it from? I mean, wait, no. The Widow organization had it last, so it would be.
Oh shoot!
Yeah, I
Actually,
think
it was the 10 Rings.
Shit. Anyway, they stole it from one of them. That's how they know how to do it.
Okay. Well, actually, it was the Scrolls. It's the newest one. MCU stuff. Yeah. So now we cut back to the whole group, Sinister. If you want to talk about their conversations.
The member berries.
The member berries. Yeah. Owen tells them like, yeah, I was training raptors for military use. And Grant's like, what? That's crazy. He was like, yeah, I punched a dinosaur. You punched a dinosaur?
Forgot about the punching thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Alan recognized Owen raptor
He's like,
training.
You're the crazy guy who
He was
trained
like,
raptors.
when Owen introduces him, I was like, oh yeah, I'd heard of you. You're the guy who trained raptors. And Owen's like, I tried to.
Yeah. And then Ian's like, you tried to train raptors?
Yeah.
Chaos theory.
You made a promise to a raptor?
You made a promise to a raptor. You made a promise to a raptor. Okay.
Except now I'm jumping ahead because that's not
Yeah.
you.
Yeah. You just wanted to say that.
Yeah.
Good.
I mean, I like this scene. It's very service level, but I like, because for me, downtime in movies is the most important part to kind of show off your characters or get to know your characters. And theoretically, we're supposed to know the world characters by now and stuff like that.
Yeah. But we don't.
But I do like this. I do like this scene. It's very surface level. 'Cause just seeing them all interact together is kind of nice. You know, they're kind of comparing their jobs, getting to know each other. They're bonding, and that's important for any story.
And I wrote down a quote, but I don't remember the context. Malcolm says, "Jurassic World, not a fan."
Yes.
I'm like, that is the most meta thing ever, and it's incredible.
Yeah.
Somebody on that writing team does not like what they made. How do you say that? So that was pretty good. And they also have everyone, or I don't know, a few people looking at Ian's open shirt, and he looks down and then buttons up.
Yep.
Yeah.
And I think they also
nod to that.
They also
meme.
go to the control room, right? Like that. This is before they go. Like after this scene, they all plan to go to the control room together.
When we jump back here, we have something else in between.
Oh boy. Okay.
Because they want to jump to Dodson again. So we go to Dotson's office and see the Barbasol can. And I had to
Yay.
look into this because I had no idea why this was here.
And yeah, I have no idea how it's there either. Granted, I've only seen the movies, so.
The explanation is the Jurassic Park animated show that's canon, that's on Netflix, is going to explain it in season 5. That's it. That's what I got. No one knows except that it's about to be explained when season 5 comes out.
Talk about trying to retroactively fix your shit.
They have that in the trailer for season 5.
That's fine. We know the Dyson's Last Jedi are important because of Solo.
Oh God. Yeah. So awesome. Barbasol can. We have to watch the show to learn. That got there. Then Ramsey enters the room while Dotson's trying to pack up to leave. And Dodson's like, "Oh, this isn't the end. We can start anew, and there's a bright future for you here in this company." And Ramsey's standing there silent.
Yeah.
Like, what are you talking about, fool? I'm the one that did this.
Yeah. Ramsey just outs himself.
He's like, money is cheap. Money is cheap.
Yeah. And freaking Dodson finally pieces it together. Like, you're the one that did this? Yeah.
Well, I didn't burn down the forest. That was you, but yeah.
So, a great scene right there. Very satisfying, maybe, to someone out there.
I'm sure someone just like cried and had their moment of cheer.
It's just really awkward. That's the only problem with it.
It just feels so fake. It didn't feel earned or anything.
Mm-hmm.
It existed.
It existed. Now it doesn't anymore. It's gone.
I don't really remember how that scene ended. Did they just leave the room?
Ram just turns around, leaves, and then shows up in the control room with the heroes when they're all making their plans.
Yeah,
pretty much. Yeah,
it's true. Yeah,
true.
We get back to the group, and this is when Malcolm brings up the point that you made a promise to a raptor. Yeah,
but he says it more like you made a promise to a raptor.
And he's like
in disbelief.
It doesn't Owen say something like, "Hey, he's more like or will someone say he's more like a pet?" And then Ian's like, "Oh, I got a dog."
Yeah. I will say, I feel like Ian is sort of the audience in this movie most of the time.
It's true.
Absolutely.
He says what you think.
Yeah,
he points out how stupid it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, so good on him. We get the Claire and Ellie talk about Claire feeling guilty about the First World movie, how it's cascaded to this.
You mean the existence of the movies themselves, or do you mean the park?
Yeah.
Well, her mismanagement of the Jurassic World movie caused all the problems.
Yeah.
She was the one organizing it, so that was a guilt talk there. I guess I'm glad it's there. I don't really know why she's saying that to Ellie instead of like Owen or something, but
because Ellie,
at least it's there.
Because
Ellie is the moral compass of the entire
I'll tell you why. We need to pass the Bechdel test, okay?
The Bechdel test. Let's not bring that up.
Wasn't it just Owen, the lady who actually came up with it, as how stupid that thing is, though?
Let's avoid that. Like I said,
okay.
This is where they devise the plans. We got 2 teams. I guess
2 teams.
We got 3 teams.
3 teams.
3 teams.
We got comms, we got Raptor, and we got electrician. Guess it's 4 teams.
We got comms. I forgot about comms.
That's Ian Malcolm. Like he and Ramsey are walking them through. We got comms team, we got Raptor team, we got electrician team, and then we got pilot team, which is a team of 1.
Just the pilot. Yeah. Yeah. So that's cool, and everyone goes to the expected teams. Are we good here with the bonding spring sky thing in this?
Not that it hasn't already been covered. No.
All right.
Okay. All right. Our first objective: find Beta. With
Second objective,
Clone,
get out of the
Owen,
park.
and Alan. How did they find Beta?
They, as far as I understand, they,
Did they see it on the cameras?
yes. So like it's a weird cut. So what happens is, like it cuts to Owen and oh, what's it called? What's her name? It's Clone Girl.
Macy.
Yeah, it cuts to Owen and Clone Girl, like at the tail end of their conversation. Like Clone Girl just fills like it's Clone Girl just filled Owen in on where she had last seen Blue, so they're gonna check the I guess the power station or like the plumbing area, whatever. It's lots of pipes and stuff like that. They're going into there because that's where she last saw him because she went in the vents or Beta went into the vents. It's probably the best they could do because if they tried to introduce, like if they tried to have that whole conversation, it would have just spiraled out of control and made no sense because they would have to invent things. Because I don't think Beta has a tracker.
That's how they found it?
Yes, they found her because it was the tail end of the conversation.
If I wrote this, when Wu had Beta, he would have chipped it. And then Ramsey could have accessed something to get the tracker. That's how I would have written that.
Oh, yeah, that's how I would have written it too, but they don't do that.
All right, well, they find Blue, or Beta, whatever, and they all stick out their hands to calm it down.
I do like
Alan
the running gag of this, yeah.
Yeah, I do like that Clone Girl kind of took the lead on it because raised by Owen, and that put a smile on my face. I'm like, all right, character, there's something here,
There's something.
Yeah. More hands to untrained dinosaurs.
Yep.
An irrational baby dinosaur.
Yep.
And doesn't really work, right? And it charges and no one shoots it.
Yes. Yeah. He was
So
trying to get Beta to look at Alan or Clone Girl, so that way he had a clear shot on their neck, which is good enough for me, I guess. Why they did the triangle formation.
Yep. Okay. Well, they get Beta. Mission A completes. On to the B team with the server room or electrical room. Which looked like a server room.
Yeah,
it did. Yeah.
The electricians.
Wow. Yeah, for some reason was full of bugs. So I guess this room was on the top floor again because everything's on the top floor.
I guess.
So they pass through. They do all the instructions that Ramsey and Ian tell them. Ian is not trying very hard, if I'm being honest.
No.
He disappointed me here because he knows this is kind of a life or death situation.
Yeah.
So that was a nick in his character for me there.
A nick.
And this is obviously a reference to the first movie again.
Mm-hmm.
With the power there. And then the bugs start waking up because they were just playing dead for some reason.
I guess.
They were also burned alive, so I don't get it.
They're all zombified.
Tension,
I don't get it.
There's so much tension here.
It's tense thing.
Yeah, they get the power back on, and now the air defense system is back online, which means the helicopter can now fly.
I guess.
I think
they're not gonna get
wanted.
shot down, I guess, by a flying dinosaur. So.
Yeah, I guess that's what that is. And then we get a very well-earned scene here of Dotson dying on the train. Freaking hate this scene.
I like it.
It's so lazy. It's the laziest thing I think they could have done. Like, Let's just do a reference death scene instead of anything that felt satisfying.
Oh,
To-
for sure. It doesn't make. I would say it doesn't make any sense how they got
No.
there from anywhere, but I do like the fact of how he dies. It's very funny.
Yeah, he's walking down the tunnel because the power was off,
Mhm.
and then the power comes back on, so he goes back, and there's a Dilophosaurus there. Why? I don't know. How?
Also,
don't
don't know.
All the dinosaurs have been called to the courtyard of the sanctuary area,
Mhm.
Mhm.
so I don't know why several Dilophosauruses were down there.
Dilophosauri.
Dilophosaurus? That might be it. Do they not have the chips? Just the species of Dilophosaurus?
Well,
They just
the
teamed
only,
up?
the
I don't
only,
think they're a pack animal.
yeah,
Um,
the only critique that I can have is just kind of double down on something you said earlier, is that they can't keep track of all the offspring that are being made, and so these ones just don't get the chips because they were born at the park, I guess.
Okay, so our made up headcanon.
Yeah, are absolutely made of
Uh,
hand cannons.
So,
It's the only, like I said, that's the only thing that explains how they're here, because it's better than this, than just them just appearing here.
well, it explains how they're able to be here, but not how they got there. Because this tunnel's connected to the amber mines, I think, unless this is a different train.
No, it's the same one.
So, and
Roughly,
that was
probably.
blocked off with a door. So, they went from the treehouse, if it's the same Dilophosaurus, through that door, through the caves, just to be met up in the tunnel to eat Dodson. What a good, crazy series of events.
How convenient.
How
convenient.
how convenient it is to be so dumb.
Yeah, so he gets backed into the train. He's watching the door, see it come in. He doesn't try to block it or anything.
And then there's the horror movie one showing up behind him in the shot as well.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, let's be honest, he's dead. I mean, I don't think there's really much he can do to save himself in this
Yeah,
situation.
And behind him,
Easily
another one breaks through the window.
Yeah, obviously the
that
best
you're
villain. Yeah, easily the best villain in Jurassic Park, right, guys?
True, yeah.
Another one breaks in, and he says something. What does he say? He's like,
I made you, and something.
No.
It's, it was something so stupid.
Yeah, I remember you were like, "Oh,
God darn it! I'm so irritated at that." Someone look that up. And then bring it up later.
okay." Oh.
So he gets spit on with the paralyzing poison stuff, and he just lies there, and it fades to black. So he got eaten. We didn't even see it. So that was a pretty cruddy death, just for a reference. And they pan to the freaking Bearsol can to show it's hey, Nedry died like this.
Yeah.
Look, do you get it? There's a connection here. And that's how the bad guy died. And now we're with the main group, and they come across Henry, right? I don't remember where they get Henry. Where do they get Henry?
I think they come
No
across him in
idea.
the courtyard. So we have to they
I
wrap
think it's
up
just
their
a dinosaur
they wrap up their missions. Yeah, like they run into him in the courtyard
Of course.
because
Of course they did. What are the odds?
Yeah.
Yeah, and they were a little weary about dragging him along because he's the bad guy.
Yeah.
But they bring him anyways.
Mhm.
He's a good guy. No.
Well,
Yeah.
Clone Girl vouches for
Says
him. 'Cause
Clone,
he's
yeah.
like he's regrets or whatever. Is what they're trying to go for.
Yeah, he's got regrets. He told me about my mom, so we could save him now. Every dinosaur has been called here except the Dilophosaurus. Dilophosauri. Which begs the question, why are the dinosaurs not in cages? Why are herbivores and carnivores mingling? Why is this the
I don't know why this is the
sanctuary's
plan.
backup plan?
Plan doesn't make fucking sense.
They're able to make all the dinosaurs go into one specific location. So why can't they make them go into one specific cell each or something? This plan is terrible.
Mm-hmm.
I hate it.
This plan is terrible. I hate it.
Yeah, that's
Good
that,
taste,
that's
right?
the acceptable thing to take with that. It's not a good plan.
Yeah, and Giganotosaurus is here. He's like, "Hey guys, I heard you need a climax."
Oh, well, we also had to get the Rex shot in the circle.
Yeah, wasn't. What was Rex introduced first or Gig?
I thought Rex was introduced first.
Oh, well, if that's the case, then yes, we get the logo of Rexy showing up, and then Gig is like, "I heard my cue."
Once again, just waiting behind the wall.
Yes.
Is my boy Rex here?
And they have an epic showdown with, you know what, Spring. So how's the camera here?
Jumpy, very jumpy, going from the people to the dinosaurs, and it's just a back. The camera work of itself is just a back and forth by whichever one attacks.
Pretty much.
Sloppy.
Very sloppy.
You said that I was just looking up the scene where Dawson dies.
Yeah.
He says, "What's your story?" And then they spit in his face immediately.
What's your story?
Yeah.
He gets freaking murdered by dinosaurs.
Is that what he says? He says, "What's your story?"
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
why
what's
I
your
was like,
story?
he says something so stupid.
I thought, okay, I knew it was story related, and I didn't want to misquote, but I'm going to be honest, I genuinely thought it was like, this can't be the end to my story. I thought that's what he said.
Yeah.
But I guess
No, what's your story? Yeah.
What's your story?
that's, well, he's dead now, I guess.
Yeah.
He
Rightfully
deserves it
so.
after his
Yeah.
final words.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's probably the worst final words I've ever seen. What's your story?
Worst death ever.
Freaking yeah, the dinosaurs fight. Rexy dies.
Dun
Whoa.
dun dun.
6 movies and he finally dies, or she, because they're all females. She finally died, and it's an impactful moment because Rexy was part of everyone's childhood, and it was gut wrenching.
Yeah.
I'm sure it affected everyone here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Pilot shows up in the helicopter, but they can't get to her because Giganotosaurus is there.
Yep. And then doesn't
Yeah, then the
belated
Therizinosaurus
herbivore.
shows up. Wolverine shows up.
Wolverine shows
I'm a
up.
big, scary-looking herbivore.
Yep.
And I'm here to save the day.
I'm a big scary looking
Yeah, it's
herbivore.
convenient as fuck. Because one, these dinosaurs shouldn't be here to begin with, and two, it's just
What are you talking about? Come on, big dinosaur.
yeah.
Nonsense.
The big scary looking monster.
Yeah, they do a little gig and freaking Thayer fight for a little bit. Go back and forth.
Sounded like Mike Tyson.
Gig and Thayer. And then we see
Marcus.
freaking Rexy's eye open or the dilate or something.
He's down but not out.
Yeah, the second wind, the anime second wind kicks in.
Ooh, his
Well,
eyes glow.
well,
Ooh. He
Uh,
stopped breathing entirely and was revived.
yeah, that was a dead dino.
It did that.
Yeah, and then the most epic tag team fight ever, where Rexy just pushes Gig into Thayer.
Yeah.
And that's it.
I'm gonna be honest. I think Blue and Rexy's tag team fight was better in Jurassic World 1.
It was, and it was even less plausible.
Yep, but it was at least more entertaining than this.
Yeah,
Uh,
everybody likes an underdog.
it saddens me that I agree. I freaking hate that too.
I mean,
Giga's dead. What a terrifying dinosaur.
Uh,
Yeah, and then our crew make it to the helicopter, and the helicopter music from the first movie plays as they fly away. Nostalgia.
Yeah.
Nostalgia blast. No.
And then
We're almost done.
almost there.
Almost there. Don't worry. There's a couple after credit scenes.
Home stretch here. We get a little moment of Ellie and Alan talking about.
Wait.
do.
You forgot something.
I
Forgot
did.
something. You did.
Inform me.
Did you missed the whole thing where the Asian scientist gets brought onto the team?
Oh, woo.
Yeah.
I thought I did.
I mean, we kind of mentioned it, but we mentioned it early, and then we didn't bring it
Okay.
up when we got to
Alright,
the
that's fair.
action scene. So we
Yeah.
did cover it in quotes, just not in order.
All right, that's fair. Never
Oopsies.
mind.
Yeah, Clone Girl vouch. Yeah. So Ellie Allen, the doing like little awkward talk, like, what do we do now? And then
We kill all the fucking dinosaurs.
this freaking
Oh,
erratic.
Tune into Jurassic World 4: The Hunt.
Lock and loading the shotguns.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But really, I did find this conversation kind of sweet.
I don't remember
People
specifically
probably-
what they were talking about.
That's a bunch of bullshit.
Well,
There
they were talking about, like, she was asking whether Alan was going to go back to his dig, things like that, and it's played out.
Like,
It's played
I'd rather get my bones into something than out of something.
pretty much. It's more like he plans on he decides that he's going to stick with her, because
Wherever you're going,
he,
I'm going.
he says, "I'm going with you." It's pretty much how that conversation ends.
And then
Like,
smooch,
oh.
smooch, kiss, kiss, lovey dovey. Who would have thought?
And
they,
50-year-olds
they'd get
fucking.
together? Isn't he 70?
It did put a smile on my face. I'm happy they're together, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
I was always like super. Yeah, I was always super disappointed in like the original trilogy where like they didn't end up together in like the third movie, and she was with somebody else.
So I did really like this closing scene because they're not the only ones who get closure. Like, I like Owen, Claire, and Clone Girl's scene. The only person who's really ignored in the scene is Ian and Ramsey. But the idea they're the ones talking to the reporters, so it's kind of played off as they're feeding into their ego.
They're
They're doing what they want,
Yeah, we get another like news thing or radio, some along those lines, talking about Ramsey being a whistleblower on Bison,
Mm-hmm.
and
Louis Dodson hasn't been found.
and how Henry fixed the locust problem, but did it under the name of whatever Charlotte.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Gave her the
Give her
credit for it.
Yeah.
I do like that touch a little bit. Speaks
That's
to
fine,
Wu's
he should be
character.
arrested.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But I am like, no argument on that. But I do like that he gave up the credit for it because you'd want to give that to Charlotte because it was her.
Hey, Henry,
Yeah.
good job fixing your problem you created.
Yes. Now you're under arrest.
I'm okay now.
But no, we get a shot of him in freaking wheat fields or something. Just
In Charlottesville,
one with nature.
Alabama.
Mm-hmm.
Not arrested. And we find out the Bison Sanctuary is now officially a dinosaur sanctuary. Crazy.
It
Crazy.
wasn't before. It is now.
It is now officially a sanctuary. Not governed by anybody. So now the black market's going to have a heyday in this
Wonderful. So we just relocated Isla Sorna onto
Yeah.
the mainland.
Yes.
I fucking hate this fucking franchise.
Well, 'cause you can't really solve the problem. It's impossible.
At this point, since they're worldwide, not really. It would be a
Yeah.
long-term thing. And even then, there'd be like small dinosaurs
I
or
wonder
some.
if that's related to anything else that's happened recently.
Let's see. We see Pilot got a new plane. Good for
It's
her.
exactly the same as the old.
Yeah, spray paints a 2 on it.
Yeah, switch into 2 on there.
Uh,
Hooks up with another redhead.
I don't know what money she got. Maybe she got a whistleblower's share from Ramsey. I don't know.
Well, she did say she had insurance on the plane, so
I guess so. And then we see Owen give Beta to Blue.
Mm-hmm.
Beta
And
Blue.
Beta
I
Blue.
mean, blue to Beta.
Yep.
Gave
Beta to Blue.
Beta to Blue.
And since Blue is technically a character now, I have to give props to this scene because at least Blue's consistent with Fallen Kingdom. Do I sound enthusiastic?
I mean,
Consistent as in it didn't eat Owen, or what?
yeah, because isn't that,
Yeah,
that,
I mean,
and that it didn't eat
two
Owen,
modes of being,
and
yeah.
you know, and then it's empathetic to Owen. It's fine, I guess.
Yeah, so that was a great thing. I'm glad Blue was in this movie, and Beta. Really, they were pivotal in the story.
They went from making Blue too much a part of the story to then not doing enough.
If they took Beta, Blue, and Alan out, this movie would be the same.
Well, we don't know who would light
Okay.
the torch in the Everminds, Crimson.
Yeah.
Shoot, you're right. We don't know if Ellie knows how to make fire, even though they have flashlights.
Well, you were saying that the one thing you really didn't like about what they did with Alan is they basically neutered him, where he wasn't necessary to the plot whatsoever.
Yeah. So take him out.
No, he has to be in there. They have
Take him
the
out
whole
or make
cast.
him relevant.
Yeah.
No.
I don't like
No.
this. Just ambiguous. He exists.
I don't like this.
I don't like this. Let's see. Then we get the Charlotte speech about how humans should share the earth and all that stuff.
Quality, diversity, we have to learn to share it. Yeah, coexist.
Yeah, messaging.
Subtle.
Safe stuff. Yes.
Oh, I get it. It's a message film.
It is a message. Yeah. And then we got 4 more little shots of nature. We got the Quetzalcoatlus.
You have to look that up.
No, that giant pterodactyl that attacked the plane.
Okay.
We got
Yeah.
that plus birds flying.
I will be right back.
together. Okay, right at the end. We got the Brachiosaurus eating a redwood, which is unfortunate for the redwood.
Yeah.
Because those are hundreds of years old. Isn't the oldest one
take.
like 1,200 years old?
Yeah,
The oldest
yeah.
redwood.
It's in Washington, I believe. Or
Yeah.
it's California. California.
I think that's the one the Brachiosaurus was eating too.
Asshole.
Yeah, so that tree's dead. Thank you. Thank you, Clone Girl, for killing that tree.
Yeah.
We get a shot of the Mosasaurus with a whale. Beautiful and serene. I'm glad it wasn't eating the whale. Guess it ate one earlier.
Yeah, the oldest redwood is nicknamed the President. It's 3,200 years old.
Okay, I was a little off. I 2,000 years off. It's fine.
But it is in California, so that probably was the one.
And then the last shot is a Triceratops in a herd with elephants.
That makes
And it
no
fades
sense.
to credits. And it's over.
And the movie is over.
Oh, man. What the heck was that movie? I don't know.
Torture. We should put that that should be like a military indoctrinated like torture or something. Because it's non-lethal, but it's painful to watch.
Yeah, it was a rough one. Well, this would normally be when we talk about ratings.
But we're missing somebody, so do we
Writer
skip them or do we?
Well, writer's the one that puts them on the screen. So
Oh yeah, we can't. Yeah, we can't do it. Filler time.
Springs, you've been fairly quiet. And anything on the anything that you probably wouldn't bring up during your rating? Anything that could have been missed while we were talking a lot or something?
Let's see. That's a good question. Looking over my notes. I mean, there was just nostalgic comparisons to things that happened in previous movies. There's no understanding to... Well... No, I guess that didn't really come up.
I just want to
No,
say,
not
Sinister,
really.
that it's against the Geneva Conventions. That's why it can't be used as a torture device.
But it's non-lethal. It couldn't ever kill anybody. Plus, when has the American populace never been okay with going against the Geneva Conventions?
Well, the American populace would take issue with that. The military doesn't give a shit.
That's what I was trying to say.
Fair and love and war.
Listen, when you go to war, you go to war.
Yeah. Well, now that you're back, Ryder,
Yeah, I'm back.
time for ratings.
Oh boy!
So
Yeah, we're gonna go in our usual order
let's
here.
hear this. Yes.
All right.
What you got?
Okay, so, this movie's world building is fucked. Unsurprising. This is following Jurassic Park: Fallen Kingdom. You can't really do much when you're you can't really do much about your world building when it's fucked that bad in a preceding movie. I'm gonna. Then you got the character work, which was there's hints of it here and there, but it's very minuscule to the point of like. It's just there's not enough of it to justify like characters like Alan being back in the movie, or I guess Dotson being a villain. Like everything the character work is just abysmal from beginning to end, and the only times that it works is just it's half reliant on just your nostalgia. And then the plot is a mess, but it's not entirely dysfunctional. It's just a mess. There are connecting tissues here and there. They make attempts to do that, but it's not enough to save this movie in any way, shape, or form. I think objectively, for me, this movie's probably going to be a 2. Putting it at Last Jedi levels of bad, roughly. As I said, there is character work here, but it is very, very reliant on nostalgia, and that mixed with a semi-functional plot, at least for the original cast, works because I feel a lot of the luck factor and conveniences are more tied to the new world characters for the World series, more so than the original characters. But it's not. I'm not going to defend this position. Like I'm sitting at a 2 right now because I do think this is more functional than Fallen Kingdom, but it's only just barely, and it's not by much because it's a mess. In a bit of an ironic twist, for my subjective, it's gonna be a solid 6, I think, or 5.5, I think, actually, is where I'm gonna leave it at. And the reason for that is because, much like Rise of Skywalker, there's a point where I was just amused. Like I was just I wanted to turn my brain off and just got amused. Where I found looking for the new problems that they were creating funny, because my investment is killed by the preceding film, like in its entirety. So I enjoyed this movie a lot more than I did Fallen Kingdom because I had no expectations going in. So solid 5 for me on just turning your brain off, and I enjoyed it. So
Hey.
Yeah.
I'm surprised that this is twice as good as Doctor Strange objectively to you.
Yeah, because like I said, there's part of this plot that functions, and Doctor Strange it doesn't.
All right. Well, I guess I next. So Oh, where do I start? So, I've been pretty vocal throughout this whole podcast about every nitty gritty thing that I could possibly remember from over a month ago. So, I can't even imagine the stuff that bugged me when I first saw it. But just, I don't think the plot works very well. It had a start and end. So I guess at that aspect, they did go to the facility to end the locust problem. But that didn't solve the whole dinosaurs around the world problem. That solved itself. That happened off screen.
I'm not saying the plot isn't broken. It's just
our newest characters, the world characters, they weren't that necessary either as a whole. It was just save the clone, which they achieved. So I guess bare bones, check mark, done. But this is just throwing so many bones that there's a certain limit where it's so bare that you can't count it, and that's what I'm doing. I'm not counting this as a successful plot. So that's terrible. I'm glad they didn't butcher the original characters, but they did mangle them. Alan, it's been thoroughly talked about. Don't need to go more into that. What I really liked about Ellie and Alan in the original, I guess, 2 movies that they were a part of, not much in the third, but is they had a good respect dynamic between them, and they were very well balanced between their expertise. Like Ellie was very helpful with the turning on the power and helping out with Hammond and all that stuff. She was helpful, and Alan was super helpful with the kids and the surviving the park. But in this, it felt like the Ellie show to me. Everything was centered around her. She was the one called. She was the one that got the contact. She was the one that knew the mom. It was a lot of Ellie-centric. It wasn't well balanced between those two, like the original. Ian seemed fine overall. He didn't seem ruined. Him being dumb during the energy room, I did not like. But overall, he made it out alive. World team, barely better than the other movies just because of the cabin scene. That's it to me. Clone Girl, I thought she'd be more annoying. So I guess it's good that she wasn't for me. So with all that, the CG did their job, I guess, minus the news. So I will give that a 2.5 on objective. Subjective, like I said, this was my childhood. Jurassic Park was probably my most watched movie before I got into The Mummy, which was around 10 or so. Jurassic Park was my first mature film. I wasn't really allowed to watch anything else. I don't remember it was rated T or not T.
T, that's games.
Yeah, PG-13 or
yeah, probably was PG-13.
R. But I was just watching kids cartoons and stuff at that point. That was the first. Wow, that guy just got eaten alive. I had a bunch of toys. I talked to my friends about it. It was just all cool. But seeing this, that they tried to take advantage so hard of it that it just spits in my face. Doesn't utilize it well at all to me. That's all they were banking on. So, with the utter disrespect for me as a viewer, I hated it all the way through. Like Sinister said, 15 minutes in, he's like, "Is it over yet?" I was like that for most of it. So I'll give it a freaking 3. I'll go to 3.
Great.
Yeah. Because there were some shots I liked. Owen choking out the Dilophosaurus.
It was funny.
They were visually good things.
Yeah.
Whether or not they made sense or were good
Debatable.
or irrelevant, they are technically a fun thing to witness. So 3. Sinister.
You know, I think in the last couple reviews, if you've seen them, or I guess videos, or whatever. Last couple, stuff we've done. I've defended a lot of movies. I didn't really defend this one at all for obvious reasons. I didn't like this movie. I was not into it in the first 15 minutes. I wanted it to be over, and then I spent the
preceding 2 hours and 15 minutes suffering.
I was just like, how much longer is this movie? I want to leave. I was like, hey guys, this movie's not really good. Can we just leave halfway through and the review basically that left? And obviously we didn't do that. So yeah, that was the only parts of this movie I generally liked, and I think it would have been better would have been if it was like an Alan, Ellie, and Ian movie, like that. The corporate espionage thing. I was like, that's something that they haven't really ever done in like a Jurassic Park, really. And I was like, that would have been kind of interesting to see more of, and done a little bit better. But so that was probably the only parts that I can say I genuinely enjoyed and were into. Few little other scenes and bits, but overall I wasn't really a fan of this movie. But obviously it made like $1 billion, so my opinion doesn't really matter. I guess. So, but I guess it could be a turn your brain off, but even when I tried to turn my brain off, it was still awful. But so overall I'm gonna give this movie a 3.
All right, that sounds fair. Obviously, from my rating.
Yeah.
Sprinks. What about you?
Okay. Where do I begin? Do I begin with the good or the bad?
Probably
Well,
sugar makes
Okay. Well, I agree with all 3 of you on the things that the movie's done that makes it absolute below level of toilet water. Like there's whale poop and then there's this movie. So it. Oh God, where to start? Okay, so the first thing that draws me out of the entertainment value from this film that occurred again and again and again was the fact that in previous Jurassic Park and Jurassic World movies, you see people die, you see people get killed and mauled and bleed.
Consequences.
The only physical damage any of the main characters or even side characters in this movie got was Owen got scratched by Blue. That was it. There's no other physical harm to any other characters. Why we're talking about this, I looked up the age of Alan Grant. He's supposed to be around in his 60s in this movie. He fell at least 10 feet off a ladder onto jagged rock flooring and was totally fine. There's a whole plane crash with Kayla and Owen. Totally fine. You got all these big things. There's people shooting guns. There's dinosaurs running around. There's all this stuff, and no one gets harmed. I think that was insane. Especially the trainer dude, which would have made it feel a lot more immersive, like not knowing who could get killed off, who could be harmed. That could change the story of the buddy guy in the CSI with Owen.
Well, especially given this is like
French
the last
intelligence.
movie, so yeah,
French intelligence.
Especially this is like the last movie, and so you could have actual stakes put in, even if you don't have to follow through with them.
Yeah.
I think for an action and trying to at least get some ounce of suspense out of it, that a better feeling is not knowing who could die, when it could happen, but they kept I guess it's just overall plot armor of they'll be fine, they'll be safe, nothing will happen. That kept drawing me out of this whole movie.
You wanted some gore, something to invest you.
I mean,
So
Yeah,
stakes. Yeah, stakes.
No,
Yeah.
Even we talked about like when Owen's on the motorcycle being chased by the raptor, the laser raptor. You see the 2 bigger dinosaurs from the black market just eat people.
Yeah.
yeah, people are dying. That looks cool, but that's so they're not being chased around. They're just
They're
standing
not
there
they're not
like
running or
goggling
screaming.
tourists.
Yeah.
No, it's nothing. All you hear is the extreme, which I'll go to the next part of bad, the extremely over the top loud sound effects throughout this whole movie that blow everything out. There's a car horn, I think, during the van chase at the very beginning that's just blaring.
Yeah.
Owen's motorcycle is so damn loud you can't hear anyone screaming. You can barely hear the Raptors' footsteps on tile. You can't hear anything. You got some sound scores.
I think sorry. I think I talked to you about this. You guys had a really bad theater experience because the audio mixing wasn't doing well, right?
It
Yeah,
was
I was going to preface that
horrendous.
Sinister Sprinks and I saw this in the same theater, and it was loud.
Yeah,
I don't
'cause
know overall.
Yeah, I'll tell you right now, my
How
experience wasn't like that in terms of audio mixing. My theater didn't have that problem, so like I get. Yeah.
Somebody in that theater just wanted to deafen us. Yeah.
Well, all I can think of is, well, in that regards, then, of audio mixing of the theater itself, turning it up so it's loud and they keep it at that pace. Then all the dialogue parts we were hearing was totally fine, which was fine to us. But right on your end, was that too quiet?
No, it was fine. Like I said, I don't know what was wrong with your theater, or if you guys went to like a hard of hearing specific show because they do that occasionally.
No.
That's understandable. We did not.
Okay.
But man, yeah, the audio, at least for my experience of viewing this film, was crazy. Even as I was going into even times with just music scores where it was nice and quiet and like the stealth. I think it was like at the car part where they're all being going around the car trying to hide, and then I think it's Alan who's like run, or someone said something to point out like go to the ladder, and then the music is just kicks in and you can't hear like anyone running. You can't hear the dinosaur yell. That was insane. I guess my middle ground is lighting. I thought all the lighting in parts of Owen and Claire and Maisie was just normal, typical Hollywood look. Just not so much where you can tell it's set lighting, but it's definitely like not natural at times. Like the whole beginning with the snow bouncing off to brighten everything so you can see. I guess it's just a smart element for them to use. And then when Owen's being chased on the motorcycle, it's a very bright, sunny day, so you can clearly see everything. But that's what I didn't necessarily care for. It was very middle of the ground lighting. What I did like, however, was the feel of it when it was Alan, Ian, and Ellie, especially when they're trapped in the amber mines, which was probably my favorite lighting scene of natural lighting. And I can tell some people might not like it, but I really liked Ian trying to put in the code, and his car behind him, headlights were kind of washing him out, so he wasn't looking so crisp. He was kind of silhouetted, but the torch that Alan had was lighting his face enough so you could still make it out, which reminded me just of like the first movie of how the lighting goes in that with a lot of fire, and then the car headlights illuminate them through the cage. So I really like the lighting there, but everything else was just
standardized,
kind of Michael Bay. Yeah, like with all the locusts just burning down the forest, it was like explosion, aftermath look. So yeah.
Talking about lighting, how did you think they lighted the breeding farm bit? I think it was a bit too dark, but
it was
very focused more than I did.
No, it was very dark. I think it was I think it was also a slight budget saver because it was mostly just noises rather than showing anything, because they kind of just showed the baby Triceratops. So the flashlight was fine. I think it gave good atmosphere to it for a start, being uncertain, like where are they, what's happening. So I think it was a combination of all that to cut it. So I think it still worked okay. It wasn't over the top, like the flashlight to the camera trying to make a cool transition that didn't work. Sorry, transition that didn't work.
I like Transash better.
Also, the transitions in the movie were terrible.
Choppy as fuck.
Jump to jump to jump to
yeah,
jump.
it was just
choppy
jump cuts
as
to the next
fuck.
scene.
Yeah.
it was nothing really smooth about any of it. Let me see. I mean, we already covered writing, characters, and how Alan Grant's kind of a joke, and Ian Malcolm is just there for the comic relief at times. And they got, I mean, I think it's fine. They gave Ellie a bigger kind of role in this one compared to the other ones. That's okay, but it still feels like she's slightly side charactered to Owen and Claire and Maisie them. The whole hand thing is absolutely stupid. I really hate that they can just get away with anything with the hand.
It's now turned into a fucking meme, is what it's.
Yeah.
Can we just trespass into someone's yard that has a dog?
Just put our hand out and we'll be fine.
Yeah, just don't do that in the
goes.
South or they'll fucking shoot you.
I think something that was overlooked, which definitely got pointed. I think it was pointed out in the trailer when we saw it and talked about it, and then also during the movie. It's just when Owen falls into the ice and water, and he gets out like it's the Hawaiian coast.
Yeah. He should be freezing his ass off.
Yeah, he should be almost like he should be in shock and slightly paralyzed.
Yeah.
That was crazy. I guess let's go on the good things. I think my favorite character was Henry Wu. It really seemed like he did not want to be there, but he had nowhere else to go, kind of thing. So he's kind of trapped, and you can really see that, in my opinion, of like how he acts.
Yeah, I got a fucking almost not like a what is it called? He like held against his will kind of vibe. I don't know how there's a word for it, but I don't remember it.
Yeah.
Captive.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did like that, and he's like trying like at towards the end when he's like trying to help them or get along, like they're like, no, you're bad news, but he's actually like, hey, I never really wanted to be here. I'm just trying to fix things. So I thought that was very good.
Yeah.
I think another thing that's dumb is the main bad guy. I mean, Dodgson, but this main plot thing is this locusts that's barely in the movie. We're barely really covered. It's not really explained thoroughly, and it's only a quarter of the movie because it's slightly part of the plot for the original cast section of the movie. It was that was bad. I can't even tell remember if Owen, Claire know about the locusts until they get
Great point. I don't think they did.
No,
they literally were just there for their own
to get Maisie.
Yeah, their own selfishness. Nothing else.
Jeez, what else? I much prefer stage made puppeteering dinosaurs over CGI ones, because CGI ones can just get so blurry and look fake. And something else with lighting is, I think it was with Claire going through the buildings. I can't remember any shadowing on that raptor at all, either on it or it casting a shadow anywhere. So it just looked even more
shadow. Fake. I don't think it was dark enough.
No, especially it was
close to the
wall. Buildings. Yeah, it was inside rooms and buildings, and anyway, that was bad. The cinematography itself was I liked it in the slow scenes, like the helicopter parts and the whole tour, kind of establishing shots of the landscape, which kind of I thought was nice because it's probably also concept art ideas to give those good landscape shots and scenery shots to incorporate with the cinematography. So I think that's a nice connection. I haven't seen the concept art myself, but I figured that is how it could go. I think the cinematography was extremely bad in any action fight point.
Yep.
Can I just say that you were like, you said like, here's all the bad stuff, and then here's the good stuff, and you're still talking about the bad stuff.
I'm just going back and forth. I'm saying good and bad now.
No, I know.
Things just click.
Yeah. Like the whole. I feel like it probably would have been worse and sickening. But the whole Claire part, running from the raptor, if it was handheld, because
that would have made me sick.
It does not look handheld, but the way it's still shot looks too sharp. I don't know. Like the camera looks very stiff.
Yeah,
with all this movement.
They usually digitally do it after the fact.
Yeah,
to make
I
it
think
look
it would have been
shaky.
better if they did like a tracking shot instead of set up and then in post shake, like Sinister said.
Yeah. No, that
they
would have been
did
cool.
that.
Or more set. Maybe if they had like on stage set of like using the camera to go through like different apartments
Or
as
I wish
she's
they
like
had
running by, or
wish they
because
had
it all
like sets in general, and not just CGI backgrounds the whole time.
yeah, it looks like CGI backgrounds, and I think it was just actual location shots is what they used, which limited their space, which could be shown.
It could have been
Um,
disorienting and kind of fit under the handheld category, but it'd been nice to have like a raptor POV chasing her
I guess so, yeah.
to emphasize his focus.
I
on
think
her,
the
since
only
that's kind
the
of a
only really
thing.
shot that comes to mind that they did do that with was when Claire got ejected. There's like a close-up camera set specifically to her seat, so everything was
So
moving around.
we're
but
just
she's-
following her face, pretty much. Yeah.
Yeah, so I think that was fine. That worked very well to me. Kind of gave it more of a what I like about like handheld and scenarios of that regards. It
Yeah.
gives it a little more realism.
You're like,
Feels
I'm
good.
here with them, that sort of thing.
Yeah, which I like, especially in this movie of not constantly being pulled out of like no one's getting harmed, no one's getting hurt. So that just kind of gave me more of that suspense feel. What else? I guess I can talk about my slight bias in this is another Michael Giacchino work for score. It would have been very sad and upsetting. I mean, to me, it's sad and upsetting that Michael Giacchino, great composer, was working on this movie. But it would have been, I think, worse if it was John Williams making original score for this.
Yeah, it would have been a
that
step
would have,
down. Yeah.
yeah, that would have hurt. I think it's frankly because Spielberg was, I think, just executive producer on this.
Yeah.
Oh
So-
man, he signed his name on this. Fuck
He
me.
did.
God
I mean,
damn it.
Jurassic, Jurassic
Listen,
franchise.
Listen, he got paid for this. He didn't have to do anything for it. So
Yeah.
you know what? Let's just cut that a big grain of
I
salt.
still think the work that Michael Giacchino did in the things was still great because I do like his work. So going off of all that, the liking things I do like is the first introduction of seeing the old characters. Like you're like, oh, they're in the movie. Everything after that, ugh. But just seeing them, the music, the lighting. I think that's about it.
Yeah.
The plot itself is all over the place. It's very jumpy. It's too many characters to balance, I think, is what they did, because they had the bad guy, they had the original cast, they had the new cast, they had new characters. But I think if you just watched that one section without all the jumps to span out the whole long movie, I think it would make a little more sense and a little more easier flow.
Mm-hmm.
Even though you're like, oh, they're in a totally new location, I think their story of what they're doing would be more structured. So overall, objectively, I'm going to give this movie a 4 because it's not it's well being with 1 to 5 of the bad and then 6 to 10 with good. This is not the best of the bad. It's ugh. So objective 4. Subjectively, man, it tarnishes the good of the other ones, and that's even for Fallen Kingdom, because I had problems with that one too. I don't. Well, I'll say my score. I'm giving it with, that we said before. I'm gonna give it a 3. Because it's a movie. I think if it was on TV, or someone was saying, "Hey, do you want to watch, Jurassic World Dominion?" I'd say no. I think the only way I would go with watching this movie is if it was in a marathon scenario, and they're like, "Oh, we're gonna watch all the movies," and I'm like, "Guess we'll have to watch this one." It's like watching, the pirate movies. Kind of got to watch 5. So I feel like that's the only reason I would not go out of my way to watch it. So, yeah, a 3. But it's dinosaurs, and it's fire, and it's flashy, and there's some jokes. So I'm giving
The
the
first one had that.
I'm giving the very bare bones stuff of why it's a
Yeah.
3 and not a 1 or 2. So,
Yeah.
And I think that wraps my feelings on that.
I did forget one more thing on my review. Ryder, I don't know if you're able to pop it up. I sent you the pop figure picture.
Oh,
Oh,
But
let me see if I can pull it up. Give me a second.
so I went to a store that had a few Dominion pop figures, and I looked at the back, and it showed quite a few characters on it. In fact,
think-
everyone in the cast except Alan.
and half of them are dinosaurs.
The Atrocious Raptors, the Laser Raptors, have one, but Alan doesn't. The Giganotosaurus has two.
There's two.
It has two. Give one of those to Alan.
No.
But they didn't do
And
that.
they can't even complain of like, oh, it looks like the norm. I believe Alan Grant has a normal pop figure from like the first movie.
Yeah.
Yeah, he does.
They can't argue. It's like, oh, well, it would look identical. He has a beard in this one. He has a
Yeah,
different.
it would be different.
It's not the same.
He could be holding that torch. He could do a different pose. There would be no excuse.
How much do you want to bet Sam Neill was like, hey, listen, I don't want a pop figure for this movie, please.
I don't know if he can.
I don't know if that's
control
allowed.
that.
Yeah.
That's probably signed away once he signed on for the movie. Merchandising.
It's technically his likeness, though, technically, so...
If you see another Jurassic World Dominion Alan Grant thing out there, then you know that just Funko chose not to. Because if there's nothing of him, then that was more than likely Sam Neill saying like no merchandising.
It had to have been in his contract. There's no way.
Yeah, but he listen, he got probably paid like millions of dollars. I'm sure he could be like, yeah, listen, I just don't... There's a Dominion one.
For Alan?
Yes.
Not on the back of that. Is it a special edition thing?
No, it's regular. Oh, wait, hold on, it might be $25. Pre-order. Never mind.
Pre-order. Okay, so there's one in the works then?
I guess.
Just enough people complained.
Or it could have just been they just rushed it or whatever, and they didn't have his. They thought they were just going to do a regular thing, and then they realized, oh, we have to redesign it.
Well, I'll say this then. The initial pop run doesn't have Alan in it.
There you
which is
go.
crazy.
Yeah,
Now
looking at
nobody's
it,
going
looks
to
like
tweet at us.
looks like it's coming out. It's a Walmart exclusive.
Walmart
He has the
exclusive.
beard and hat.
Walmart gets Alan. No one else. Yeah, so that... I think that was the last thing I forgot to do.
All right. Should
Actually,
we do a sign off?
one more thing.
One more thing.
That came through, right?
Little bit.
A little bit.
What the heck
Oh.
are you trying to do?
I had that right up to my mic. That was the scream from
No.
movie.
The blood curdle.
Yeah, I had that full volume right up to my mic. Oh well. Yeah, I guess we'll be signing off here then. We got the Spotify's, we got the other socials in the description. We got the tags down
we're
below.
dropping them.
Yeah.
Yeah. Check us out. We got
The
stuff
usual
on
stuff.
LetterBox. We got Twitter. We got Reddit. We got even Pinterest. So can't go wrong.
Yeah. Finally nailed all those. Finally nailed this one to the coffin, though. I guess
Yeah.
There's no coffin left. It's a pile of nails.
Pile of nails.
just staring at this mess. Yeah, it's
A little baby coffin.
right. I've been a geeky writer.
I've been Crimson Maroon.
I've been Sinister Boy.
And I'm Sprinks.
See you in the next podcast.
Yeah, and we will see you next time, everybody.